Okay, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Friday, November the 18th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Now, because you can hear the cash register, doesn't necessarily mean you can hear me, but I can see a couple of yeses, so that means you can hear my screen or hear me and see my screen. Okay, guys, give me one moment. Adjustments on my other monitor. All right, so what is happening this morning? So I see nice big pop for this one. This was in a bit of a decline after holding, actually, it was pretty big decline after that 24. It got down to 16, but was holding its own through all the market turmoil. But anyway, some news today. Company announced, and it's up, 21% now. FDA has granted a breakthrough therapy designation for its drug. So that is the big news for ISEE. So will it hold 20 today? Let me give Eagle Guy. Let me give you Michael's email. Okay, see that in the questions. All right, PXMD was gapping up. Let's see if the gap is held. PXMD and kind of sort of maybe 290 was the high. That back down to 215. Some Lincoln Park, I guess it's an investment firm, providing up to 20 million. You're going to be buying up to 20 million shares or $20 million worth of stock. That's what the news said this morning. Enters into a committed investment agreement, equity investment agreement for up to 20 million with Lincoln Park Capital. Okay, so that's the news for PXMD. Super low float. YTR, it's an Indian stock out of India, and something to do with their subsidiary maybe being able to do some kind of an IPO. Okay, so that's the news for YTR. I haven't seen this one for a while. Used to see it every now and then. Now, you know what? I mean, this has got some room, a little bit of room, maybe to the 3 level. Let's see if it's not a low flow, 52 million, not high, but it's certainly not low. UCL is an earnings play. I think it's an earnings. No, sorry, it's not an earnings play. UCL is not an earnings play. It just gapped up. Don't see any specific reason for it. uCloud up 18%. So I don't see any specific reason for it. That's a big, lot of volume. 1 million shares, 8.7 million in the float. Got to be some news somewhere. I just don't see it. Okay, how's the audio, guys? Is the audio still breaking up for everybody, or is it just on your end? My audio, actually, I had to reload my music player. My music player was breaking up just 5 minutes ago. I had to. Okay, so maybe just do a refresh. Stone, STNE, STNE, STNE is an earnings play. I haven't seen this one for a while either. So it got to the 200-day moving average yesterday and just sort of stalled there. So this is an earnings play, STNE. Thanks, YouTubers. APLS had some FDA news. APLS had some FDA news. And this is accept new data, accepting new data for drug submission. Okay, so that's the news for APLS. Where's that 200-day? 200-day is at 5160, so a little bit below it. Twist, TWST is an earnings play. TWST is an earnings play. And a few down days, but a little pop on earnings today. GTAX. GTAX as in xylophone. Oops, I might have it. No, sorry, GTHX. All right, GTHX. And they are down on a financing. The financing is at 650, so it's holding the financing price. They're doing a financing. Ross Stores, ROST, is an earnings play. Big gap up for this. Look at this, 16%, 338 million in the float. Wow. We got a bunch of them are bunch of upgrades for it, ranging from 120, 120, 123, 116, 121, 108. So a lot of upgrades for Ross Stores, excuse me, right now. Foot Locker, another one, another retailer that is has gapped up. Foot Locker, FL, big gap up actually, big gap up. Look, taking out all of this. So the next high is looking like for Foot Locker around the 39.46 mark. So about $1.50 away or so. And KPRX from yesterday. Well, they didn't waste any time, did they? KPRX did a financing. They're only raising $3 million, but that just cratered the stock. Went from six down to basically cut in half. A little bit of a rebound here. This was the one from yesterday. Kind of a disappointment. Basically sold off all day. If you weren't here yesterday, hard to see. Hard to see on this 15-minute chart, but you can see the gap up in the pre-market. Had a nice move, got all the way up to 750, and then basically lost all day. Speaking of one that lost all day, look at NOTV, not V. Boy, it's still down. Boy, that just got absolutely crushed yesterday. And this was the whole charge employee, as William said, but it didn't really matter, but employees of the company's principal supplier of non-human primates, along with two. Well, anyway, so just absolutely crushed. And another one that was flying high a couple of days ago, INM. They've also done a financing. INM, it's on a financing. I think it's around 330. This is why it's so risky with these little bios, guys, because anytime they have a pop, they're desperate usually, these small bios, to raise some cash. So anytime they have a pop, they're going to try to take advantage of it and to do a financing. So that's why you'll rarely, if ever, I don't swing very much in the best of times, but swing one of these bios. The gap has gapped up, guys, on earnings, GPS. So some of these retailers have actually, after Target, Target did not lead the retailers all down. GPS, nice earnings play for it. GPS. And then you've got PRVB. So I think the reason is that came up that their drug costs $13,850 a vial. So unless that vial lasts your entire lifetime, I mean I know your drug prices in the States are absolutely crazy. Canada, it's a little bit different, but wow. So wondering, like, what is the market for that? If you can afford it. And I think that is it from my list. I know there's some other ones. I know PANW was of a That is another earnings play. ATKR. These are more expensive earnings plays. Palo Alto earnings play. PANW. ATKR is an earnings play. Burlington, another retailer. It's next week. So maybe they're, so we don't have Burlington nor Ross stores in Canada. So, but is Burlington a little bit like Ross stores? Morning, real. Yeah, WSM. Again, just out of the price range, but yet that's a Williams Sonoma. I can do it. Williams Sonoma is another earnings play. Just out of the price range, I like the trade, but hey, for the rest of you. So this was a SPAC. Pretty sure this must have been a SPAC just looking at the price. So a SPAC that turned into SCLX, another disaster, down 38% now. It was trading as SCLX 5 days ago. Now it's basically cut right in half. Boy, NOTV I think is continuing down. NOTV, not V, is continuing down. That had the sort of the mildest of bounces right around here. Other than that, it was just straight down. All right, guys. Okay, thanks, Dwayne. All right, guys, let me take a look to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from the analysts. Some of the analysts, anyway. So not that much activity right now in terms of the upgrades nor the downgrades. Look at the upgrades in right now. All right, there are some of the upgrades from briefing.com. On the lookout for another upgrade, big upgrade from Goldman on some company with an aggressive price target. So Edit had a bit of a bounce yesterday and it was hit hard. I see a couple more downgrades for it though. Had a bit of a bounce. I think it's bouncing a little bit this morning. Let me take a look at it. A couple of downgrades for it. Who were they? Oppenheimer and Credit Suisse. There's Edit. Take a look at Edit. I know it was bouncing just a little bit this, actually, it's not anymore. It was up to 11. I think it was almost flat. Okay, let me get those into YouTube. Give me one moment, guys. I'll be right. Checking to see if there are any other earnings plays down here that I may have missed. What is that one? AMAT, yeah, that's another expensive one. AMAT, another expensive one. AMAT. Oh, I clicked on silver instead. AMAT. And on the way down, let's see. Well, there's the Williams Sonoma. There's Fetch. Didn't mention Fetch. FTCH. It is an earnings. It is an earnings play. FTCH. Not too many. Remember last week, if I sorted on the earnings date column, it would have been full of earnings plays, both on the downside and the upside. Not that many right now. Now let's take a look at the sector, see what's happening. Now the markets, we're in for a nice open. If nice to you means up. So I'm going to click on new dock channel bar, sector status, and probably every sector is green except for energy. Wow, look at that. Okay, so energy. So oil prices must be a little bit down or something. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. XLE, the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in red, what does that mean? That means that every single stock that makes up XLE is below yesterday's close. Okay, and that doesn't mean they're huge gapping down, but they're just, even if it's just like 0.00001% below. So anyway, 100% of this energy stock. So I haven't checked the price of oil this morning, but I guess it must be a little bit weak. Whereas if you look at technology, 85% of them are up. Communications, 89%, etc. So again, the market's in for a nice open, positive open, but energy, not so good as we speak. Now, of course, this can all change once the market opens. Give me one moment. Okay, down the wrong hatch. Okay, so the exercise I'd like to go through now is just to keep looking at the major sectors in relation to their 200-day moving average. Energy is still strong. There's that green line. So that's the 200-day moving average. So it's still quite a bit above it. Take a look at retail, XRT. Almost got to it a couple of days ago, and then Target hit. But even though, I mean, the retailers, I haven't seen a lot of, other than Target, but maybe they're heavily weighted, but other than Target, I haven't seen a lot of retailers that are really gapping down. XLP, Consumer Staples, XLP, sitting right at that 200-day moving average. Look at that, right at it. Healthcare, XLV, still above it, still above the 200-day moving average, but getting closer and closer. Industrials, XLI, above. Financials, XLF, above also, but yeah, but closing in, guys, look at financials, closing in on that 200-day moving average. Financials closing in. Consumer discretionary, XLY, a little bit like, oh, I haven't come to communications yet, but yeah, this is quite a bit below the 200-day moving average. Materials, XLB, XLB. Another one that's just hanging on that 200-day moving average, like financials, just hanging. And here's the bad one, guys. XLC communications. Look at this, still and drifting away. Well, okay, a little pop this morning, but look at communications, XLC, way down below the 200-day moving average. And then last, we've got XLK technology, XLK. Yeah, a couple of days ago it was creeping up to that 200-day moving average. Be a big day when if and when it finally breaks it. So crude is below 78. Wow, I haven't checked the price of crude for a while. So below 78. Let me just go to my crude checker. Yeah, there it is. 78. And now my computer's going crazy. So get out of that website, I guess. Okay, guys, I'm hearing IOVA moving down. IOVA, not an earnings play. Man, this an all-time low. Almost an all-time low. IOVA, don't see after receiving, okay, yeah, FDA feedback on its application, obviously not great. So it wants to address the FDA's comments promptly. So anyway, there's IOVA sinking right now in that news. SRM from our YouTube room. Okay, I don't know what SRM. I thought that was a stock. Sorry. What's SRM? Must be an acronym that I'm not aware of. So this is shortable for me. Tons of shares available. 3.5 million at Interactive Brokers. If it continues to be weak, IOVA. Can't get too excited about this one. I know it's popping a little bit. AFRM had earnings on the 8th, got knocked down on earnings on the 8th. A bit of a rally since then, but all right. Let's see, with the price of oil going down, just want to check my Canadian dollar. All right. Hmm. Keep an eye on DLO, guys. You never know. I haven't seen them come up with a big rebuttal yet. I think they said they were going to. This is the one that was accused of fraud by Muddy Waters. But Morgan Stanley, if I can recall, came out yesterday and put a $36 price target on them. So we'll see what happens. See if they come out with any sort of the company comes out with any sort of a an official rebuttal. I think all they said was we will, but we haven't seen anything yet. I don't think anyway. All right. Well, AFRM is making a nice little move here. What's the high yesterday or 2 days ago? The high was 1690. So there is still some room if it wants to keep moving. It's funny you say Marshalls and Ross are most similar to each other. My only experience, maybe it was the Ross store I was in. It was just a mess. It was all over the floor. Marshall seemed to be a little more organized, but might have been just the store I was in. We do have Marshalls up in Canada now. Wow, for a few years now. All right, let's see if anything else is sneaking in here. Ah, okay. GRNQ, not very much volume. GRNQ, yeah, not very much volume though. QH, I looked at this QH. I think they had earnings yesterday or a couple of days ago. Had earnings on the 15th. I guess this was the earnings reaction, gapped up quite nicely, but sold off. But anyway, there's QH, China stock. Okay, let's take a look at what China is doing today, KWeb, what their market is doing. So a little bit softer. So even though the US markets are going to have a nice open, positive open, China is not. When you say about ready to bounce here, you're talking about oil, real? You're talking about oil? I haven't traded USO, UNG. I don't think I've ever traded those. All I need is one rebound from you today. Okay, real? Just give me another XP. That XP turned out to be just so nice at the end. Gave me a lot more than I thought on that little break we're talking about. I mean, I did, but real call this bounce right around here at 1640 or so. And other than that little downturn, wow, already a minute. Okay. All right, everybody. William was reminding me that there's less than a minute now for the market to open. So let's have a great end to this trading week. I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. And I try to let things settle down. And you know what I'm going to say. If you're new to trading, I'd probably sit out the first 30. Let things settle down. Don't get so anxious to take a trade right off the bat. The reason being is that stock's going to be so whippy right off the bat. Up, down, up, down. So if you have proper stops, you can get whipped out of your position just like that. So my advice, don't trade for the first 30 if you're new. And yes, there'll be stocks that move higher or lower in the direction you want right off the bat and don't stop, but most don't do that. All right, we're now open. Oh, I didn't mention this hoot is HTOO. Well, I think it's on my list. Maybe it's not on my list. Yeah, what happened is it gapped all the way up to 474, came right back down. 355. There's some kind of Italian joint venture or joint agreement with some Italian company to develop the Italian green hydrogen market. So, but it popped up and right back down. So didn't mention it, but you never know later on. Early low float, 8.8 million in the float. Look at NOTV. I'm sorry, NOTV. No TV. No TV for you, Jerry Seinfeld. So NOTV. Wow. Well, if you had some the stomach for it, what an overnight short. Now let's take a look at Macy's to see what Macy's is doing. Okay. Okay, Larry. I don't know. I remember you were talking about Macy's yesterday. I don't know if Larry's in the room talking about that. Typically Macy's after an earnings release typically has a down day the next day. Well, we'll have to see. Probably would help if the market was turned. Mm. Wow, look at IOVA guys now through five, getting closer to a lifetime low. Oh, look at not V guys, not V. Holy smokes. Look at this thing. That is one big wow. Mm-hmm. Well, it did halt. It's not about to. It did halt. 932.56. So a not V just got halted again. IOVA guys, that's another weak one. I just don't see any. Did I see news? I'm sorry. I can't remember if I saw news. Oh yeah, they received feedback, FDA feedback. Okay, and they're going to address them promptly, but nobody likes to see that if you're in that stock. IOVA guys, IOVA. And if you're an early practitioner, getting closer to that lifetime low. Yeah, big red bar to start. You're absolutely right. Big red bar to start. So this is wiping out all those pre-market gains so far. SPY's up a little. Dow and Nas are still up, but these gains are being wiped out. Just give me one moment, please. All right, STNE is an earnings play, and yeah, so pre-market highs were around 12, so it's got a little bit ways to go there. If it can take out the pre-market highs, well, you know what? It looks like it got to the pre-market, well, did get to the pre-market highs. And look at the daily chart for STNE. You have a couple of days right there at the pre-market high, so that may stall it. That may stall it right there. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the DLO. I keep waiting to see if they are going to come up with some kind of a press release soon. DLO. But I'll be honest, the only real reason I'm interested is because of the Morgan Stanley yesterday putting a $36 price target on it for whatever reason. IOAV, guys, continues to move down. Yeah, look at you're right. ISEE had some good news for it this morning. You know, after drifting down for about a week and a half. Big news for it this morning. ISEE. Again, here's your company. And not V just opened. Not V just opened. So after the company announced that the FDA had granted breakthrough therapy designation for its drug. What's the filter for starting a scan at a certain time? That's a question. Okay, so we do have, for instance, my gap continuation reverse. I put a delay of 15 minutes on this one. So if I right click, it's a bad one to look at. Maybe just a minute. Configure all. There we go. So if you type in time, if you do a search and type in time of day, okay, that'll delay it. So you can say, and that's 50 minutes after the open. So I've delayed this one 15 minutes after the open, okay? And you can also tell us a stock to, or a scan to stop at a certain period of time if you want it after the open, okay? But that's what I'm using right here, okay? So again, all you have to do is just really? You search for time, you couldn't find it? Okay. Configure, search, time, time of day. Okay. Now, that's in an alert window. I don't see why it wouldn't be working in the top list window, but maybe that's what it is. I don't know. Search, time, TIM. Yeah, so that must be it. You cannot do that with it. So it must have been in a top list window that you were trying to do this in. DLO guys, DLO on the move here. DLO on the move. Not in it, not yet anyway. DLO is moving opposite direction of the market. Look at the market. DLO, big green bar. SPY, big red bar. And a halt for GR. So this one must have turned into, this has been a SPAC or something that has turned into grind, GRND. Take a look at the news. Yeah, this is Grinder, guys. Okay, so Grinder is now public. All right. So Grinder is public and just got halted. This could go absolutely crazy. And the one from yesterday also, SADX is halted. Morning, Hydra. Not V continues down after resumption. It came out at 9:37, so it's been trading for 5 minutes, continues down. $3, you're going to buy it? Okay. Well, you never know. ZIM, guys, ZIM is moving down. Big gap down now. It's had earnings on the 16th. I think, I would have taken this. I think it got halted though, right at that, basically right there. Had the alert at NOTV, even though it was already down a lot, but it's still a lifetime low. I love those. It's the only time I take something in the first 15, but it got halted immediately. It got halted at 5:26. So had the alert at 5:38, but it just moved way too quickly. And then there's the IOVA. Well, again, that's a giant red bar to start the day on the SPY. Everything is still positive though. TC just got halted on the way down. TC got halted. I'm sorry, it's resumed. I'm sorry, it is resumed. It was a 10-minute halt for TC. It just resumed. I missed the fact that it was halted before at 9:33. So that was a 10-minute halt. All right, PRVB, guys. PRVB. The big deal about this one is that their drug costs $13,000 a vial. And this is a diabetes drug. So this is a very specialized type 1 diabetes, which is less common. 14-day regimen would translate to almost $200,000. Okay. I don't, well. So obviously only the rich with diabetes stage 1 could afford that. Couldn't get it. I could not get it. Tons of shares available, 3 million shares, but the uptick will. I was trying to get it at 692. What is the uptick rule? The uptick rule is if a stock is down more than 10%, typically when you try to short something, you just go in at the bid and you'll get a short, or you'll get a fill, assuming your broker has shorts available, just like going long on a stock, going in at the ask. So usually it's instant. But if a stock is down 10% or more, then this uptick rule takes effect. So what has to happen is you might put a bid in, or you're trying to get a short. Let's just say right now it's a 686, 689. Well, there has to be some action back at the ask. Okay, there has to be some trades at the ask. Then it's got to go back to the bid, which in itself is not the worst thing. But the problem is you may be in a big queue of others who want to do the same thing. So sometimes that's what you'll hear me say. I get nailed by the uptick rule because I sat I put my bid in and it sat there for, I don't know, 4 seconds, and then the price started moving down on me. So it could not get that instant fill, and I won't chase it. I'm just not going to chase it down. Sometimes, it doesn't matter. I mean, sometimes, a stock, even though the uptick rule's in effect, sometimes I've had instant fills. Oh, we're getting a lot of halts already, guys. There was another one, QRTEB, on the way down. Oh, good grief. Look at SAT X, guys. Halted again on the way up. Wonderful when you're in these down here, but be awfully careful. APLS, twist, guys. Twist is a gap up and reverse. Wow, look at this. Gap up and reverse. This was an earnings play. Gapped up. Decent action in the pre-market. First trades were good. But look at this. Look at the sell-off on Twist, TWST. PRVV continues down. So, well, anybody who got it, congrats. Oh, Indy, interesting. INDI, guys, sort of interesting. I mean, it's right at the 200-day moving average. If we can take that out, 788 is the next high looking left. This was an earnings play on the 10th. And it's coming into Zach's topping tail scan. Lots of shorts available. 2 million at Interactive Brokers. And the buy rate's about 1%, so that's not exorbitant. Fee rate for IJA, just for you, IJA. So grind is grinding higher. Just got halted again. Came out of the halt and almost got halted about a minute later. All right, guys, AVTR, gap up and reverse. So if the market reverses like this, you should probably be looking for stocks that are coming off their highs. AVTR as an example. What's the maybe some support around 20? As long as the market keeps moving down. PRVB. So where is the next low? If you're able to get this one, I think 637. 637 is the next low or so. So you've still got some. Wait a minute, I may be wrong. Give me a moment here. Let me eyeball this. 646. Looks like 646. 662. I'm sorry. So 662 is your next low. And that's where it got to, I think. Got to 660. So that low right there held it for a bit. Just for a bit. Give me one more minute. Well, that IOVA had a nice bounce actually. Very nice bounce, huge bounce. 540 up to 622. That actually showed up. There's the AVTR guys continuing to make its way down a bit. AVTR. New homes at 10. Okay, in about 7 minutes or so. 6.5 minutes. XHB in advance. So market is thinking, well, maybe not going to be horrible. So big bottoming tail. So anything that was gapping down a bit, so like a gap down in reverse, is probably now reversing again to a certain extent. EVH guys, EVH healthcare play, EVH at earnings on the second, not great, but look at this, EVH. There's room. The next high looking left looks like around 29. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that are. So there's the EVH, guys. EVH. Well, there's just no stop. Well, I shouldn't say that, but look at the SATX. I mean, it's insane what's happening with this. No reason. If you're looking for news, forget about it for the SATX, SATX. Yeah, this Indy is super, super strong. So announcing the private, so they're doing raising $135 million. See what the pricing is. I mean, this is really usually this is not what happens. I can't read all this, but I don't know what the pricing is, but this is very positive reaction to that news, raising money. Next high looking left is over here at 786. So had earnings on the 10th, not a great reaction, of course. Actually, I'm wrong. This was a great reaction right there. That was the earnings released. Reaction to earnings was on this day on the 11th, released after hours on the 10th. So there's your reaction. So it was a big pop up. Maybe it was is yesterday. Maybe they announced they were going to do a financing of some sort. Maybe that's the reason why this gap way down. All right, start looking at some of these ones that won races early. All right, so this is coming back now, the YTR, but I think there's still a ton of resistance right around that three level. Lots of shares available to short too, 2.5 million at Interactive Brokers. So I just think there's too much resistance right around that three level for this to pop through it. It's not a crazy low float. They did have some news, something about maybe a spin-off, IPO, etc. It's an India stock. I just have my doubts it's going to get through three. YTR, look at all the action at three on the daily chart. All right, guys. Well, maybe this is it for Indy for a while. INDI. This is from Zach Scan, of course. But first alert was at 7:37, so that's why you got to be careful. Market's moving down though. Market is moving down again. That was a brief bottoming tail there. Buyers stepped in for a brief period of time. The market is continuing to move down. Have we gone negative? Still haven't gone negative anything in any of the NAS is still mildly positive. Now still up. SPY is mildly positive. Yeah, I'm really eyeballing this Indy, guys. I mean, the bottom of that candle is 718, so this turns into a short for me, maybe around the 751 mark if it gets back down there. SPY is barely positive now, barely positive. All right, let's see what happens here on the Indy. All right, believe it or not, I'm going to stick an alert for GRND at the high right here. Believe it or not, 2577, see if it takes it out later on at some point. Highly risky. So GTHX is still gapping down now, guys. GTHX still gapping down. They had, what was the news on them? A 650 financing. So it's, it's hanging around the financing price. Shady, STNE, triggered long. Well, it is an earnings play. Certainly going against the market, but let's see what happens with STNE. So I'm assuming, yeah, so Williams Sonoma obviously had a bounce. That it gapped down in the pre-market, so it's having a bounce. Okay, guys, I'm out of the Indy, basically flat. Okay, I was looking for something into the 730s. It's still pretty strong, so I'm not going to mess around with it. Wow. Okay, guys, fetch. Oh, I wish that weren't here. The next low looking left is 773. Oh man, I wish this were the next low down here at 716, but this is an earnings play. Sort of a green bar ignored. Sort of a green bar ignored. It's just complete nonsense. But anyway, there's SATX. Oh, here's another one. So apps had earnings on the 9th. Apps had earnings on the 9th. The low yesterday was 17.15. You know what? I mean, if it can take out 17, I'm going to put a price alert down here for apps right around 17, see if it takes it out, especially if the market continues like this. Boy, these are big red candle now, guys. Must be Dow is still mildly positive. SPY is basically flat. NAS has gone slightly negative. Let's take a look at the sectors now. We're going to see a very different look. I'm going to click on the change from the open now. We'll see a huge difference. So if you recall, 100% of the energy stocks were down from yesterday's close. Bit of a rally, 35% now are above the open. Okay, the opening trade, a bit of a rally. But here's the remember tech and communications weren't quite 100%. But remember when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, I think it was around 90% of the stocks were above yesterday's close for tech, and communications is about the same. Look what's happened since the market opened. 88% are above the opening trade, or excuse me, below the opening trade for XLK Technology, and XLC Communications, 85% below, as well as all the other ones that were very positive. You know what? The one that's still relatively strong though, guys, is retail. Look at retail, 75%. It was strong in the pre-market and it's still strong. 75% are still above the opening print. So interesting. So retail is your sector right now, counter to what the market is doing. Give me a moment, guys. The Indy is still strong. INDI is still strong. Glad I got out of it, basically flat on the short. You got all excited there, Rob. I know you meant GR and D. It's halted. Yeah, GRND. It's halted. Ooh, I lost sight of the EVH. The EVH was nice. 26. I think I was mentioning it right around here, around 26. So this tacked on about $1. EVH. This is a gap up and go. Shady's STNE doing pretty nicely. I read that. Yes. The Grind CEO is going to be on CNBC. Okay. Oh, let's see. What's the next high looking left for STNE? 1167. And after that, so 12 could be a big block, but nicely done, Shady, on the STNE long. Ooh, so this is okay, an AI alert. 3762. Oh, guys, I'm going to stick an alert up here, 3768. See if it takes it out later. Well, if you could have timed the bounce well, I mean, PRVB had a nice bounce. If you could have timed it well, not easy. Wow, look at this. Look at this GLYC. I mean, it's had some bottoming tails on the daily chart. How strong has this been over the last, well, 2 weeks? Started off as a 68-cent stock, $2.18 now. A great volume right now, but man, oh man, look at this run. Last couple of days, a couple of bottoming tails that kind of scared people out, but what a run. GLYC. Don't know if there's any specific news on this one. All right. Well, if grind is a 5-minute halt, it's going to open in about 40 seconds. All right, 10 seconds. If it's going to open in 5 minutes, if it's a 5-minute hold, I should say. Okay, so does it look like oh, okay. All right, guys. Well, you probably know why I was so interested in this one. I haven't been in a halt before for a long time. and I had no idea which way it was going to go. And now look at it; it's halted on the way down. Luckily, I was able to get out. I got in just before the halt. And what was perplexing is that there was no bid ask, like there was no bid ask. I wasn't really sure where it was going to open. I was extremely fortunate. Wow, I almost got up the high too. Not quite. 28.90 was the high. It got out at 28.37-ish. Wow. Okay. Enough of that. But remember what I said. I said I would probably take this if it got over the high right there at 25.87. Okay. Question in the YouTube room. Good morning. I have the halt resume alert window. Where do you get the time left from? Well, you just have to have the time column. Okay. Just have the time column. And as I've said, typically the halts are 5 minutes. Okay. So this was slightly more, 7 seconds more than 5 minutes. So you just have to have, if you don't, I mean, you should have the time column and then just add 5 minutes to it. And that typically is when a stock will open from a halt. Okay. Answer your question, Mookie. And of course, it's just a matter of looking at your computer clock and your clock in your brokerage platform, and then just that's why I can usually do the countdown. All right, guys. Let's see if there's anything else a little more sedate. All right, keep an eye on this ISEE. Okay, had very good news. Popped up. It's still up 25%. Not a low float. 113 million in the float, so it's not a low float. This might be interesting. Maybe on a break of 2176. Put an alert there. Okay, the high of that candle. The high of the day was 22.47. And of course, this was a nice one for quite a while before the last couple of weeks when it just started drifting down. But it had good news this morning. So this is another. All right, we saw this one earlier, right? So this is a turned into NWTN 4 days ago. This was a SPAC turned into NWTN. Not great, obviously, but trying to come back the last 3 days, 4 days now. Yeah, you're right. BWAC's having a bit of a pop here. How's rum doing? Yeah, it's still okay. Well, there's the IC now over that level, at that level. It's a spread like on this 5 cents, 6 cents, not terrible. Yeah, grind is well, no, it just traded. It just started. Sorry, it just started. Oh man, thank you, thank you, thank you. No, it's not like I went crazy on this, It's not like I took, thousands of shares, believe me. What was really concerning me is that this was the second halt. And so I thought, oh no. Second halts can be okay. Third halt's not so great. So in the highly unscientific way of looking at halts, this is typically what can happen. First halt is awesome, really pops. Second halt, not bad. Third halt is when it can give it up. But look at this. I mean, but this is very risky, guys. Very, very, very risky. If you're new to trading, I know it's hard. I am talking about it, but spread is nasty now. When I got into it, the spread wasn't terrible. I got in at 26.69 ish, and the spread, and just before the halt. Well, in fact, that's where it got halted. Wow, I literally got in right as it was being halted, 26.69. Well, chalk one up for the trade ideas charts then. I don't use IB's charts at all, so well, you can see it right here in our charts. Okay, so this is interesting, this AI alert, and I don't mind talking about it now. That's through that high right over here, 37.62, briefly. What's the spread like? Not a terrible spread, not a lot of volume. Insurance agencies and brokerages, okay. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that question. Somebody's asking Rob in our YouTube room, is the spread up to the brokers? Is that a way for them to make money and trap traders? I don't, I mean, when something is so volatile and it's so new, I don't know how to answer that really. The spread though will be the same in every broker. It's not like individual brokers will have different spreads, but when something is so volatile, that's typically, ooh, look at this now. It's got halted on the way up. But grinder got halted now on the way up. All right, market's putting in a bit of a green bar now after 45 minutes of steady selling. Yeah, okay, so SATX finally came out of its halt and, 79 down to 64. Well, and ones like that, Rob, certainly. I mean, you look at SATX, you look at the grind. I mean, stocks like that, you're probably always going to see wild spreads. It's the nature of these type of, because there's no reason for this one to be up. I mean, we all know there's no reason for this one to have lifted from 14 3 days ago up to $80. The grind, I mean, it's sort of a somewhat of a known commodity. How long it's going to, be in fashion, I don't know in terms of a stock. Oh, are you kidding me? Well, first of all, I don't think, I mean, the AI is trying to short SATX. I don't think many brokers have have shorts for that one. Yeah, I mean, if there are a lot of market makers in a particular stock, that's why you're never, wow, look at DLO. Did the news come out? Did they come out with a DLO, guys? Look at DLO. Shoot. I was actually looking to take this. It looked like it was holding 11. Did what's the high yesterday? The high yesterday was 1249. Is that right? Yeah, the high yesterday was 1249. I'm just looking to see if the company has finally come out and said, you know what? Everything Muddy Water said is a piece of garbage or something like that. And maybe even Morgan Stanley coming out and defending their $38 or $36 price target. I don't know. But look at DLO go. It's now above, not quite above the high of yesterday at 1259 or 1249. Yeah, but I thought they, William, is that you answering? But I thought they said they were going to come up with a more, just a second here, let me get my price alerts. With a more in-depth, I know they came out and said something, but I thought they said also they were going to come out a little more in depth. But I mean, something had to hit it. Either it's a Reddit group that got a hold of this and said, you know what, we're just going to pile into this. But something had to hit. I mean, that went from 11 to 12 in a heartbeat. Well, this grind looks like it's going to grind higher. I mean, it is, but it is sensationally whippy. Man, look at this, got all the way down to 23. Now I'm going to look at my exit and cry a little bit, but that's okay because I would have got horribly stopped out if I'd held, or I wouldn't have got stopped out if I'd held, but I would have been down a lot more. I mean, I used to look at the number of market makers on a in a stock, and you could see. I mean, the big stocks would have like tons and tons of market makers involved, and that's when the spread, of course, is going to be okay. Didn't get my fill. I did not get my fill for DLO. But maybe it's going to be a good thing. I don't know. Okay, guys, sorry. And by the way, I know the AI has got a short alert on SATX. I have no idea. I don't think most people can short this. Number one. Number two, and since very, very, very risky. Almost got stopped out. In fact, I think it came probably within about 20 cents of being stopped out. 74.89 was the stop price. But I'm very surprised that is that it triggered because there's just not a lot of history. Number one. Well, here's another one, guys. Another SPAC, GLB. I'm sorry, GLBL. Sorry about that. GLBL. Another one. I mean, this one, they're coming out of the woodwork now. 28.71 a couple of days ago. Oh, look at grind now. I can't look. I remember you saying that, Neil. Going to be a quiet day before the holidays. I don't think so. All right, guys. What time is it? 10:35. So, welcome to the room. This is the format. My name is Barry Anderson. I do work for Trade Ideas, and this is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen and live on the mic. I don't think there are many brokerages that have shorts for grind, GRND. Certainly not interactive brokers. Okay, I put my homepage link in and there's a lot of information there. So I'm going to go over some of the information you're going to find on my homepage. So if you click on my homepage link, you see on the move here too. So here is a promo code you can use, Barry 15 for 15% off the first month only or the entire year of Trade Ideas. Click on the Get Trade Ideas, 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium standard. Annual premium 2000, annual standard 1000, less the 15%. The big difference is the AI. Again, I think this is skewed a little bit because it's got that short for SATX. I don't think many people could short this one. Okay, so I think this is skewed quite a bit, but that's what the AI looks like. You get an entry, you got to stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Monthly, you don't have to go annual. You want to go monthly, that's fine. 118, 228, less the 15% for the first month only. Okay, first month only. It's amazing how many people say, hey, how come I'm being charged more the second month? If we gave you that discount every month, why would anybody take out an annual? That makes sense to me. However, if you do want to take out an annual after having a monthly for a while, we will honor the 15% promo. You do take out a subscription, you must do this. So let's get started. It runs you through your download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. And yep, Pepe, there it goes. My computer going nuts when I clicked on that link. Stock of the day video. I don't know what I'm going to do today, but stock of the day video. It's free. You can sign up for it right here. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get the trade of the week about an hour before the market opens every Monday morning. If you sign up for it and you are not getting it, please check your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, your promotions folder, okay? Big education section right here. Great user guide. There's that getting started again. So at the very least, you should know what an alert window is, the A window, a top list window is, the T window, and about stock racing. Lots of other information in the guide, of course, but understand what those three components are first. There's that getting started again. So I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock Eastern, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today, for sure, it's Jamie. They've had to do some shuffling this week, but today is Jamie for sure. So before I take my break, I'll put the YouTube link in the main room. You can head over and listen to Jamie. Now, Jamie is a big user of Brokerage Plus, this window you see here, and he also has an E-Trade account that he uses to trade using Brokerage Plus. So if you've got more detailed Brokerage Plus questions, you can save them for Jamie. So he'll be there in a little less than an hour and a half in our YouTube room. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. Next week, we're on the Monday, Wednesday rotation. More educational videos right here. Back to basics, back to basics. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. This is a great resource if you're new to trading. Look at Fetch Guys, FTCH, making new lows now. So it's a free resource if you're new to trading. I can't emphasize enough. I mean, trading is not easy. You have to have some basics. So this is a great free resource, introduction to charts and candlesticks, support resistance trends, etc. My scans right here. The two races that you see, the biggest gainers from the open, the large cap gainers from the open are here. You'll hear me talk about, you've seen me show the halts and resumes. This is what I use in the pre-market actives, the pre-market actives up and down. That kind of gives me an idea about what might move once the market's open. And I think I showed you the gap continuation or reverse. So these are the scans that I am sharing, okay? So last, if you do want to take out a subscription, it helps me, it helps the room. The room is free. If you use my link to take out a subscription, okay? Use my link to take out a subscription. So you can save it because, at any point down in the future, you want to take out a subscription, great, use my link. But also, my link has got all the education, has my scans. I do change my scans up from time to time. So if you save my link, you've got a lot of good information in one link. Oh my goodness. So there's a grind halted again up at 39.73. All right, guys. So what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. I showed you the scans that I'm sharing. We also have a lot of scans up here. I'm not going to go into it in a lot of detail like I normally do. I just want to show you where they are. If you click on new from our toolbar, then click on dock channel bar. These are all theme-based channels, okay? So you'll see, for instance, in the momentum channel, here's an alert window. And so if you want this scan, all you have to do is, duplicate it into a free floating window, get it free floating out of the scan, out of this dock, and then you can save it to your cloud. And again, these are real-time alerts. That's the difference between a screener. I guess I'll go into a little more detail. Here's the difference between a screener. A lot of screeners out there. This is the screening aspect of Trade Ideas and most other companies that have screeners but not scanners. We call these scanners. So if the stock, in this particular case, if the stock is between $1 and $50, 100,000 shares a minimum, volume in the last minute is 1,000% of normal, etc. This is a screener. So if a stock meets all these filter requirements, screening requirements, and it makes a new high for the day, you get a real-time alert. Okay, so at 10:41, that's the last alert that happened in this particular scan. There has been not another stock that meets all these filter requirements and has made a new high for the day. Okay, so the last one was LCTX. So again, if you want this scan, all you have to do, again, duplicate it into a free floating window. All this is in the guide. And of course, you can make a change to it if you want. You don't like the price range. Of course, you can make a change. Just click on the icon before you save it to the your cloud. So if I want to make it 10 and 100, I can do it right here. It's changed, and now you can save it to the cloud. Okay. Now, if you want to make your own scans, of course you can. So I'm going to right click on the alert window, click on configure, and now search. All these are real-time alerts. When you see these icons, these are all real-time alerts. And if I scroll down far enough, I'm going to see the filter icons, screening icons. Okay. So don't get hung up on how many we have. We have a lot because when the company started in 2003, they thought most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So they tried to create enough real-time alerts and filters so that the vast majority of our customers could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay, so you don't have to learn them all. Oh, my cell at 28.37. I thought I was so proud of myself on the grind. Wow. You kind of had to know, though. I mean, this is, when I call it a known commodity, I mean, I think people are aware of what grinder is, and or not everybody, of course, but Okay, guys, any questions before I continue? All right, so just want to talk a little bit about the racing that you see here. These two races that you see here, grind right at the top. It's halted right now, but so the races are all based on a top list. Okay, so if I right click, open the top list for this race, I'm going to click on the configure and then the summary. So bottom line is this: I run 4-minute races. This race is a minute and a half. I'm about a minute and a half into this 4-minute race. So if a stock meets all of these filter requirements between $1 and $50, 200,000 shares minimum, and up at least 2% from the close. I wonder why grind is coming in here. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about it um, because it wasn't trading as grind yesterday. Anyway, there it is. It's telling me that when this race started 2 minutes ago, grind is up 19%. Now, of course, it's halted right now. Okay. That's what it's telling me. So the stock that is moving the most with these filter requirements satisfied, you'll see the stock right at the top that's moving the most. You'll see other stocks during the course of a race, stocks are jockeying for position to see who can be on the top. Okay. So here's Ryan as an example right over here. DLO, this is a different race. I'll explain what the differences are. So why I think the racing is really, really important, especially if you're new. You can then concentrate just on a few stocks for the day because what it does is it automatically creates a watch list for you, a top 10 watch list for you. And it's done by how many times a stock wins a race. So you can see Grind, GRND has won 5 races, PXMD won 2, etc. All the way down to the last one. These have only won 10 races. Sorry, 1 race each. So, to concentrate on the stocks that have won the most races, yeah, that's one aspect of it. But also, when you look at EVH has won 1 race. Click on it. See what it's doing. Look what it's doing right now. Now you might look at that and go, okay, one of two things. Wouldn't mind taking this. There's the VWAP right there. Maybe if it moves down close to the VWAP, I might want to take that trade. So you can put a price alert there, or maybe you want to take it right now, or maybe if it breaks the high of the day, looking left to see what sort of room it's got. So that's why I'm saying is that you can use this watch list to create price alerts for yourself. And then you don't have to worry about it anymore. The price alert may not trigger. Look at YTR. YTRA. Maybe if it gets over 280. Now I've said about this one, I think it's going to have a real struggle to get through 3. So, but it's just a matter of clicking on the alerts. Here's IC. Maybe again, I know I had an alert set up here. Maybe, the tops of these two topping tails, maybe just create a price alert there. See what happens if it triggers. Or maybe if it pulls back to that VWAP, the 2125, maybe you want to know about it there. Okay, I'll create another price alert. Okay, so that's why I'm saying is that this gives you just maybe 10 stocks to focus on. Okay, and never mind everything else. Now, the difference between these two is I added a market cap and a float component. So the market cap here has to be at least 500 million and the float has to be at least 50 million. That's why you're not going to see, typically, you're not going to see stocks with big percentage moves here because of the market cap. Doesn't mean they're not worthwhile watching, but it just means that they're not going to be as volatile. You're not going to see more than likely a stock up 20% here since our race started. Yeah, groin just opened, guys, over 50, 53, and a horse race, 54, 51, 56, 80. I mean, it is a horse race right now. 56.25 is going to get halted again, probably. Halted again, 56.25. Wow, wow, wow. Could have probably predict. I don't mean we could have predicted was going to do this, but Grinder is that kind of known commodity out there. So it's not like a lot of these SPACs that take some of these companies public that you've never heard of before. But this one, obviously, people have heard of it for better or for worse. So what charts are you talking about, Denver? Talking about IV charts for grind or the AI or the trade ideas charts? I wonder if our friend Larry is in the room. He was the one looking at shorting Macy's the second day, like after its earnings. All right, there's the IC again above that little level, but it's just kind of toying with that level. Obviously, that's just sort of a rhetorical question, Bo, right? Because nobody knows how high a grind's going to go. All right, what time is it? 10:55. What a morning already. It's just all right. Let's take a look at Foot Locker. Wow, Foot Locker's dropping. Okay, still positive. It's a earnings play. Hit 41.87. Wow, look at that. 41.87 pre-market. 35 now, and it is starting to drop again. Um, this has got room down to. I mean, the lows in the pre-market are around 34. So I mean, this is just being sold off, and that is Foot Locker just being sold off. Broke down through the VWAP and look at the market. So look at the market now, guys. We had a little bit of a recovery for a couple of candles, but now this is another big red candle. This Foot Locker short looks really interesting. Ah, yeah, keep an eye on Foot Locker, guys. FL on a potential short here because especially if the market continues to move down. I mean, it has just been, since the market opened, it's just been inching its way down. As I say, there might be some support around 34. And for those of you who don't mind playing a little more expensive stocks, I mean, the Ross, well, it's already dropped about $5, but Ross T, ROST, another earnings play, kind of consolidating around just under 110. But with the market doing this, all right, guys, grind is open. Halt it again. I'm going to have to destroy that 2837 cell that it's staring at me in my account. Wow. I guess this must be the warrant, GRND or something, or because this is still trading. Oh no, no, well, it's not showing up in my brokerage platform. I'd have to do a special. GRND, I guess, is still trading. GRND plus, sorry. You kept 3 shares. Good for you. As I say, I got in right at that second halt, like literally a second before it got halted, and I don't know, sweated for 5 minutes, wondering where it was going to open. And now we have another resumption here. AGBA, another. Now this is another one of those SPACs, okay, that got hit hard a few days, like this day and then this day, and I think they keep looking to see if they've made a decision about who they completes the business combination with Tag Holdings. Okay, so that was on the 14th. Okay, not a great reaction. I don't know what the heck Tag Holdings is. I guess I could do a search on them. Tag companies. Let's see if I can find anything about them. So it says that it's going to be trading under the same symbol, AGBA, once it's been approved. So here is the deal on it. Tag business of B2B, B2B. Yeah, so it looks like it's actually not going to trade under tag. It's going to trade under the same symbol here. Anyway, bottom line is it ain't no grinder. Okay, I mean people don't know anything about this tag, so that's why there's not as much enthusiasm, obviously, about it. But it did get halted again on the way up. This halts resumes has gone crazy today. I don't call this really a scanner. It's just sort of an alert. Tells me when a stock gets halted. Now, somebody asked a while back, not in this room, but it was an email I got, and I don't know why sometimes it says reason 26 and sometimes it says volatility. I have no idea. They're virtually the same. I have no idea. They're usually both of them are volatility halts, and they're usually 5 minutes. Yeah, DLO guys. I mean, if you're, I don't know. I keep thinking that there's going to be a more official announcement from the company going after Muddy Waters. I know what you're saying, William, that yesterday they came out with something, but I don't think that was really. Yeah, I don't think that that was really what I think is going to come. I may be wrong. Yeah, Foot Locker not dropping as much as I was thinking it might, but might be a green bar ignored right there, starting with the market moving down. This is an earnings play. It's so positive, but I mean, look, with the market moving down the way it is, stop it. GRND again. And it got halted again. Actually, what did it hit though? Hit 70, 71. I'm sorry, it is trading. I'm sorry, it is trading. That was a delayed reaction, I guess, or is it halt? It's going to get halted on the way down now. Yeah, it's going to get halt. There it is, halted on the way down. So anybody who's still in it, who was able to hold on through all that, congratulations. So from Zach talking about CVNA, and laying off lots of people again, 8% of their workforce. They failed to accurately predict how this would all play out, higher financing costs, etc. This is almost, again, an all-time low. Okay, basically an all-time low for Carvana, CVNA. That business looks completely dead. Looks like the all-time low is around 650 or so. All right, let's take a look at some of these ones that won a few races early and are not really seeing too much action right now. There's the CFMS. I mean, it's got a little bit of room when I look at the daily chart. The next high is 227, so from 211 to 227. It's just not attractive enough for me to care about it. And it's a low float, so I mean anything could happen if they get some news coming in. But that was the G Sun. Yeah, this is kind of ugly, very ugly looking, choppy looking 15-minute chart. How about some of the higher float and higher cap stocks? So look at HLIT. Wow, HLIT is interesting. 1493 is the next high looking left. I wish that weren't there. I wish it were more like 1560. It did actually, it held the VWAP. HLIT held the VWAP. Oh yeah. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I'm talking to somebody at Trade Ideas right now. All right, here's another one that's on the move here, guys. PRQR, PRQR. You can see it right there. Oh, look at Gro. Oh, that's that. This must be the warrant. This must be the warrant, and it's trading, and it's still moving higher, moving higher. I think. Problem is that you can't see any other percentages because this is just dominating. Somebody asked, do you only wait for the stock to win a race before you click on it? No. Now again, well, okay, this is a little more indicative of what normally happens, but this is just being skewed because this one is up 83%. So you can't even see the other percentages, but this is typically what you'd see. If you start to see a stock moving up, click on it. Doesn't have to be at the top, doesn't have to be, doesn't have, you don't have to wait for a stock to win a race. Click on it and see what's happening. It might be setting up for something. Maybe it's about, like, look at this LTHM. Seems to be wanting to hold. I'm not saying this is a great one, but it's kind of holding the VWAP. Okay. And maybe if it takes out this 29 mark, it might get going. So you don't have to wait for stock to A, be right at the top, or B, wait for the race to be open to click on to see what happened. Well, I hope everybody escaped a grind. I hope you didn't hold on for, hopefully it was going to 1,000. Halted again. Now, it's not showing up in our halts resumes. Sometimes that happens. I don't know how quickly when it resumed, it got halted. Sometimes that will happen if it comes out of the resumption or resumes and then immediately plummets like in seconds. Sometimes it doesn't pick it up, but we know. I mean, you just have to click on the chart. Now, do you guys see halted yet on your charts? Do you see halted? Has that finally made it to your versions? Still no. Brad Williams, I sort of see you in another room there. How come? I don't know if you can hear me. When is this halt going to make it into the production version? I mean, it's not a big deal, but nice to see, I guess. Well, how's the gap doing? The gap is an earnings play. Look, I mean, this just looks weak, like the Foot Locker, guys. I mean, the market is just sort of drifting down now. We got a little bit of disconnect. We've got the Dow up, Nas is down, so a little bit of disconnect between the so-called growth stocks versus value stocks. SPY is basically flat. All right, guys, this is a bit of a gap down in reverse. This is a China stock, BZ, BZ. Okay, a little bit of a gap down and reverse, holding the VWAP, which is 1578. So it's above the VWAP right now. The highs over here around 1650. So, about 50 cents to those levels. If you're interested in something like that, look at the volume that's come in and look at the histogram. I haven't talked about the histogram yet. I like to see the histogram get some data. Usually in the afternoon is when I really pay attention to it. When it's got some good history. So again, I'll just quick overview of what the histogram is showing us right now. Again, this is not available to you guys yet. Don't know when it's going to be available. But what this histogram is showing us is that when I have a high bar here, a high bar, it's a ratio between bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns. So if the ratio is high, in other words, bulls divided by bears is high, you get a high bar here. And if it's the other way around, you get a low bar here. So if that starts to drop, that would mean that the bearish candlestick patterns are more in effect. Okay. And so this does a couple of things. What I've noticed, especially again a little bit later on, I see some consolidation high. What's a great example is the one from yesterday, XP. Great example. Let me bring this up. It was a really good example yesterday. See how XP was consolidating right here, right around here? And if you look at the histogram, very high, but no movement. No movement. So that was, for me anyway, I was looking at this and going, okay, there's no movement. And yet these bullish candlestick patterns are way more ratio wise than the bearish ones, and yet no movement. So I was thinking, okay, is there something kind of just, I use the term percolating underneath that eventually, all these bullish ones are going to pop this stock? Now, was it a huge pop? No, but I did play this one. I think I got in at 737, and then it ran up to what, 776. I mean, not bad, 737 to 776. I didn't get out right at the top here, but that's how I was kind of using it. When I see some consolidation and yet high a high ratio, and I think to myself, well, something has to give eventually. The other way I find it helpful is that if I'm in the trade already and the histograms are high. Now, a lot of times, I get a little jumpy. I'm in a trade and maybe it has a little down tick. I think, should I get out some? Should I get out of it all? If the histogram is still telling me that the bullish candles are outweighing the bearish, this is helping me keep in a trade a lot longer. Okay, so that's how I'm using it. Again, it's just not available, but you can kind of see it right here. So, I don't mind every now and then somebody says, can you throw up a chart and tell me what the histogram's looking at? I don't mind doing that. Okay, guys, there's the ISEE. I mentioned this one on a break. It took a couple of times to get through that 2178, but here it goes. And the challenge, of course, is the 24 area. It had news today. Really good news, obviously. At least the perception is very good news. That's why the stock has popped 28%. FDMT, yeah, nice recovery. So again, guys, when I go through my upgrades and downgrades at about 9:10, that's when I get it sent to my email. But those are not the only downgrades and upgrades available. Of course, I'm just using briefing.com. It's simple for me because they send it to me. But seriously, if you guys see a Goldman upgrade, you know, let us know. I mean, that's what happened with this one, and it was an incredible upgrade that they put onto this FDMT. Stock sitting at $15, and well, our price target, and they put a $68 price target on it. So I mean, we see something like that again. I don't know about you guys, but I'm probably going to hop on it and hold it for a while. But the issue is that, my upgrade downgrade list is not, 100% complete. It's just what briefing.com is giving me. So if you guys see a Goldman upgrade somewhere of some stock that's, really, kind of cheap and they're putting on a huge price target on it, let us know. Hey guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Hey, yeah, you too, Bo. Have a great weekend. All right, guys, I'm back. You know what I want to do? If somebody, well, I can do my research myself, I guess. I just want to see what the SPAC was. TINV. Okay, TINV. Yeah, you know what? If I had been thinking correctly, or a little more aggressively, I should have taken, and I should know this. If you held TINV yesterday, it gets automatically into the grind today, right? I've never done that before, but I'm assuming that's correct. Should have taken some yesterday. Just, 100 shares or something of the TINV, knowing it was going to, start trading as grinder today. Anybody done that? I just need a confirmation for the next time. I might do something like that if the SPAC is going to be merging with some company that is pretty well known. But I'm pretty sure that, yeah, if you took this yesterday, then it automatically converts to grinder today. American Eagle, guys, is again drifting down underneath 13 now, underneath 13. It has earnings on the 22nd next week. How is Foot Locker doing? Yeah, there it goes. It's starting to grind down, guys. Grind down. Starting to move down. Not in it. I'm just trying to point out opportunities, okay? Pointing out some opportunities. You know, I was saying this Foot Locker looks weak and down to 34. I mean, there's your lows in the pre-market. Market weak. Well, actually, the market's not putting it a pop. Well, DLO has been a little bit messy, you know, topping tails and bottoming tails. All right. Well, PRVB is having a nice bounce now, guys, and I guess people are saying, oh well, I guess $13,000 a vial. What did it say? $192,000 for the year. The drug got approved, but it cost $13,850 for one vial, and I think they said it's about $192,000 a year. So having a nice bounce though, PRVB is having a nice bounce, still down. Actually, it's almost back to yesterday's close. Keep an eye on this if it goes positive, which would be what, about 822. So let's stick an alert right up here. See if it goes positive. And that's PRVB. All right, guys, what time is it now? About 30 minutes. I'll be taking my break. I just want to confirm it'll be Jamie. I'm pretty sure it'll be Jamie today. And I've sort of backed off talking about Brokerage Plus. He's way more of an expert than I am about using Brokerage Plus. The only thing I want to say is that if, oops, is that you should practice trading before you commit money to the market. And our simulator works really well. All you need is our standard service. You don't even need a broker. It uses our real-time data. Okay. You don't even need a broker. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, now this window that we call Brokerage Plus, you can use it to trade from within Trade Ideas if you want to, as long as you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account. Only two accounts. Please don't ask me about other ones. Not that we don't want every single broker, but it's just the way it is right now. E-Trade and Interactive Brokers. That's it. But also, I like to demonstrate its use as the simulator. Paper trader, please practice trading first. Simple enough to use. If you click on New from the toolbar and then click on Brokerage Plus, the window will show up. You may have different column headers than I do, but that's okay. It'll say not connected right beside the ask. If you can't see this, you have to expand the window, okay? Just expand it. Just sort of grab the right-hand corner and move and tug it, and then you'll see the not connected. You'll see the send and all. So to connect, you just click on Sim, and that not connected will turn to account. And then once it turns to account, click on account, and then simulated trading default pops up. Now you're in our simulator. Now you can practice trading. So here's a way in which you can use, say the buy button right there. I want to bring back PRVB again. Where are you? Hmm. All right. Let's just say you wanted to take this PRVB, but only if it got up to, well, yesterday's, where did it close yesterday? 824, close at 824. So if I click the buy button, now your buy button, once you're in the simulator, should be green, okay? You should be able to click on it. And if you can't, that means you have to be on a later version of Trade Ideas. So because what we've done is we've made it a very simple way in which you can buy. You can, of course, down the road, you can change the parameters. But right now, if I click that buy button and I get the crosshairs and I can put it where I want, I'm going to put it at 828 and left click to release. And then you'll see a blue buy. There you go. There's an order. Okay. At 828. So it'll take the trade at 828. It puts a stop at the low of the day. Okay. This is just sort of automatically done. Of course, you can adjust everything yourself once you get used to using, the buy button. I'm going to move that stop up, number one. So what it does is it'll buy $5,000 worth of stock at the price that you set it at. So of course, if I wanted to buy it right now, I'd have to drop that buy. I could move that buy button down. But what I've done is I've put a conditional buy order. If it takes out a price above the current price, I could have done the reverse. I could have put a buy button. I could have put the buy if it pulled back to a certain price. And a lot of you like to play, rather do things like that. But I'm going to leave this in. And I did that because that will be basically the high of the day of yesterday or the close of yesterday. So it'll be back to the close. And let's see if it would run from there. Okay, I'm just going to leave it in. Just want to show you the mechanics of doing something like that. All right, so Jamie should be there, but he is warning me that he might be delayed somewhat. So, and I'm talking about Jamie in our YouTube room at noon, and so in about 26 minutes from now, but he might be delayed. So again, he's a big user of Brokerage Plus and E-Trade. Same thing with the DLO. You might want to say, okay, you know what? If it takes the high of the day out, I want to know about it. I'm going to put a buy order right there at the high of the day. Release it. Okay, so it'll take the order at 13. I mean, a big wide stop, low of the day. I'm going to move that up. We got to an area up here. Oops. So that's what I'm saying. Practice, okay? Practice trading. You might have to spend 3 months in a simulator before you actually, at least before you actually trade live. I know nobody wants to hear that. I want to just think, well, I'm just going to fund my account and I'm going to start trading. Trading is not easy. There are lots of aspects to trading. And that's why if you go to my link and check in the education section and scroll down a little bit, in the education section and the back to basics. I mean, Michael Noss, a trader is, he put this together. It's a great free resource. Spend the time to understand what charts and candlesticks and support and resistance. Well, let's just for fun. Yeah, that's for fun. Let's take some of this grind. This time I'm going to do it this way. I'll just buy it at the market. Send it. Okay. Ah, yeah, now I remember. I don't want to call it a bug, but yeah, if it's an IPO or a stock that's just trading for the first day, you can't do it in the simulator. That's right. If you were trading live, if you connected this to, if you had an IB or E-Trade account, you could do it. But yeah, in the simulator, the first day of trading, for whatever reason, our database is not picking it up. I mean, it's picking it up everywhere else. Brad Williams, are you listening to me? And now it just got halted on the way up. So anyway, yeah, I wanted to take that, but I think I don't know if I want to call it a bug, but it's only in the simulator. So a stock that's trading for the first day, new symbol and all, IPO, cannot take it in the simulator for some reason. I'm going to put an alert at the high of the day, believe it or not, for the grind. Yeah, so Dwayne, you have to have it as an option. You have to have it as a column header. Question is, when configuring the stock racers, I don't have the option change from the open percent. Remember, all races are launched from a top list window, and then you can run your race on anything that you have as a column header. You obviously don't have the change from the open as a column header. Okay. DLO guys, DLO. I wonder if it took the trade. No, not quite. 1309. Let's see if it takes that trade. I have my in the simulator. Hopefully you see how that works. Okay, guys. So the PRVB, it took the trade. There we go. So it took a couple of trades on conditional. Okay. Now, when you take a trade, of course, you have to have a stop. Well, I put the stop here. I mean, that was the buy. Okay. That was the one that I used to buy. So the stop low of the day. And DLO, though, was not. That was just oh, yeah, stop was the low of the day also. Now I can always move that stop up. But all I'm really trying to show you just the mechanics of doing something like that. You want to take a trade, say on a pullback to a certain level, or if it takes out a certain level of maybe it takes out the 200-day moving average, or maybe goes above the VWAP, things like that. And if I want to get out of a trade, I just highlight the trade and flatten it, or I could get it a half, or I could double my position. If I leave these trades in, okay, in other words, I don't get out at the end of the day, they become swing trades. Okay, so you can practice swing trading using the simulator. Look at grind. Wow, wow, wow. Huh. Too bad I wasn't able to take it in the simulator. Now grind on the way down. Yeah, I'm just sorry, guys. I'm just looking now. Halted on the way down. No, Rob, I was just trying to demonstrate taking it in the simulator. Okay, and it just wouldn't do it because it's a new first day of trading. Our simulator doesn't work for something like that for whatever reason. Give me one moment, please, guys. Got to clean my mouse. That's better. All right, so let's take a look at the AGVA. Let's do this one. Okay, there's the VWAP. Take it at the VWAP. Take the buy button, and we'll just drop it at the VWAP. Again, I'm not saying this is the greatest, the strategy you should use. I just want to see what happens at the VWAP. And see, it'll take that trade right at the VWAP, see if the VWAP holds it. And if it didn't, you'd get out. That's all. That's the beauty of the simulator, guys. You can just practice things. See what starts to make sense to you. Who wants pineapples? Dole. Not an earnings play. Had earnings yesterday actually. Dole is so not bad. Look at Dole, Dole. So it was an earnings play yesterday. And where could this go? So certainly a 3-month high. Dole guys looking interesting. Look at the histogram starting to move higher here. Let's back this out. Look at a weekly chart to see where it could go before it hits some kind of resistance. All right. So looks like 1013, which is right there. So the next high is 1046. So it's around 1046. I'm not saying it's going to get there, of course, but that's the next high in the weekly chart. And then after that, 1136. So it's got some room. That is Dole, D-O-L-E. I'm not doing anything now. I'm going to be on my break pretty soon. I have a feeling a post was deleted. Yeah, earnings yesterday, right? Dole is a second day continuation off earnings. Now we've talked about this. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Jamie to show up. It's going to be probably right at noon, he said. So what I want to do is just put the YouTube link in so you can head over to listen to Jamie. He's not there yet, but you can head over and listen to Jamie. And if you want a lot more information about using Brokerage Plus, he's your man. So there's your YouTube link right there. Again, to head over there to listen to Jamie. Yeah, very nice, Zach. Yeah, I'm just looking here. I'm missing out on these. The Rapt, RAPT, yeah, 1780. What did it get down to? That's always the issue. Not bad, 1768. So it's not like it kept falling and falling and falling before you kind of always have to wonder then where would I take the trade? And then the Fisker FSR. So it's right at 796. So that was your alert. Where could it go to? Might, 822 maybe before it would be where it get blocked till it hit some resistance. Okay, so I'm going to flatten out of that PRVB trade. Okay, don't like the way it's traded. This is in the simulator. All right, give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. And there he is, James. I hear the little ping.
Ping, ping, ping.
Ping, ping. Well, I kept building you up on Wednesday, then yesterday, and now.
Yeah, we're a little out of sorts this week with
Yeah.
Steve on vacay, and then
Yeah. Then you must have had something yesterday.
I had technical issues yesterday.
And obviously all solved for today.
Okay, so we're good, Barry. Let me
We're
grab
good.
the
Okay.
screen here. Boy, it's been kind of grindy this morning.
Nah.
Unless
You're
you're
saying
in
that for.
Agba.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Grinder.
Oh, well, yeah, no pun intended.
Oh,
Yes.
I thought you. That's what I thought you meant.
Now,
Just give me a moment here. I'm
GRND,
just gonna.
that is Grinder, the thing we all think it is.
Yes, it is.
Oh Lord.
Yeah, it is. It
Okay,
was
all right.
TINV yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
and it was a SPAC. So it's TINV, and they completed the merger, and well, the rest is history.
Now they're public, and I just
Now they're
wonder if
public.
this. I just wonder if in a few months this one's going to look like all the others.
Oh, I'm sure it will.
Uh-huh. We
But
topping out at 60, and then
yeah,
next thing you know, it's down at 6.
yeah, oh yeah,
We'll
I'm sure it
see.
will be. But at least it had is for better or for worse, it had name brand recognition. So
That is certainly true.
there you go.
That reminds me of, I don't know if you ever watched Silicon Valley, the Mike Judge.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
One of my favorite shows.
One of the guy. What was the guy?
Oh,
Ehrlich.
Earlman or
Ehrlich.
Ehrlich,
He
Ehrlichman. Yeah,
was part owner in Grinder.
yeah, yeah. Oh, nice.
Okay, my friend,
Uh,
it's straight up
okay.
at the hour, so I guess we'll see you back here in an hour.
You will. Okay. Have fun.
Alrighty, Barry. Enjoy. Okay, ladies and gents. 1 second to make a few adjustments here and get my pen up here. There we go. Okay, well, certainly been an interesting morning on several fronts. Was just keeping tabs on all the Chinese stocks. I mean, check out this little, check out that little formation right there. Don't know what that's called. I'm sure it's called something, um, but definitely an odd little range we're holding right in the middle of that bar from yesterday. Speaking of the Chinese stocks, you know, KWeb weakened up, Lu, all the usual suspects following suit. Um, these have been doing this quite often here lately. You know, they'll spike up. You see XPEV ripped right up when everything else was selling off, but then the true move, whoosh, right back down again. So it's been a lot of fun trading XPEV, Lu, as of late. To the downside, of course, look what we're doing over here on Lu now, coming down here to touch this 10 period, kind of matching up with this area that could act as support. So we might see the opposite action next week. Might see these things get a little bit frisky back up to the upside. Perfect kiss on the 50 period. Now right back down to the 10 period. Definitely in the slot there. I see the spam bots are hitting us. So give me a second and we'll dispatch them. Okay. It wouldn't let me ban them, but I did block them for now. All right, ladies and gentlemen, just let me know if you have any questions about the software or Brokerage Plus or any of that good stuff. As you can see here, I've got my 4 races up. I've changed it up a little bit. I've got these looking for downside winners now. Basically just duplicate images of these two for the long side, but these guys looking for downside action. You'll notice my tickers over here aren't that active. I didn't have time to update my my liked list like I typically enjoy. And unfortunately, missed out on AGBA this morning as we crack these highs right here. Let's just do a little sleuthing here. I'm pretty sure it would have caught it, but just want to rub salt in my own wound here. Hold on 1 sec. And that was actually the first was here, 910, and there we have it. Lordy, lordy, trade of the day right there. Just goes to show you if you're not paying very close attention, you forget to get that list updated as quickly as possible. Things like that, boosh, go right by. Boy, what a beautiful trade on a pretty lackadaisical trading day. A little downturn and then a lot of grinding right here, no pun intended. Mike C, what's going on, my friend? You know, after yesterday's webinar, I was like, I don't remember seeing Mike C. Were you there yesterday and just quiet, or did you miss Andy's webinar yesterday? In any case, if you weren't there, you were missed, sir. Look at these volume levels in AGBA right now. 3 million share float, 15 times normal on the 5, and looking at some crazy number, about 190 on relative. In the current market, how much should shares go up before we buy more? Boy, Peter, that's the magic question. Unfortunately, there's no defined answer for that because it all depends on what you're trading, what the pattern of the stock is exhibiting, and there's so many different factors involved. Um, there's no magic number to say, okay, if what I'm in right now goes up significantly, I should buy more as far as a percentage value or a dollar value. Um, Once again, all we can do is kind of guesstimate based on what we see on the charts. So let's just look at AGBA for now. If I had have had all my ducks in a row this morning and was fortunate enough to hit this trade somewhere in this level, around the 470, 480 level, or even around approaching 490, and this thing started lifting, from my trading perspective, I would just be looking to see what it does, right? Um, I wouldn't necessarily be looking to add a lot more if I got this cherry fill down here. Now, look where AGBA put the brakes on, okay? Where it's putting the brakes on right now. We wicked up here to the 779, 7080 level or 780 level, corresponding perfectly with that day high from back on the 14th. And that's where it put on the brakes. But boy, what a nice lift, encompassing, engulfing all of these 1, 2, 3, and then almost getting, you know, bullish engulfing up to those 4 candles right there. Now, check out the red line there. That was Trade Ideas with the new high alert saying this is going to be the level of short-term resistance, right? Now, if you're really aggressive and you got to push through that 599 level and you felt comfortable thinking that it is going to go ahead and test the high of this candle, that would have been a good time to add to it. But, that's a really aggressive style. Don't know a lot of people out there that would push it that hard. Like I said, if I would have got a fill down here or here, I would have just been enjoying the ride, not necessarily looking to add to anything. But you bring up a good point. You've probably heard from time to time, one of the things that traders should do is add to their winners, maintain your stop losses, make sure they don't get out of control, stick to them, and add to your winners. But, it has to be a technically inducive pattern that you're seeing there. And a lot of the times you might want to have some market cooperation as well. We're not negative on the SPY or the Dow right now. We're up slightly, but definitely a kind of a lazy day shaping up here. It is Friday. The market has been struggling a bit as we consolidate sideways here. All right, Patrick, just reading your question here about the stop loss. A break of the 10 period SMA 15 that would trigger you to check the previous bars. Okay, so I believe you're referring to stop loss on a range break, which, let me get rid of pre-market here. And we'll just take a look at AGBA again, since it's so perfect. Okay, initial range break right here, okay, in this candle, the 910 candle, approximately at a price of 456. So here we have the entry candle, okay, right there. That's our entry candle. All right. So if we break the break, if we bought the breakout right there, approximately 456, 457. Now we are looking at 5-minute candles. So this being the entry candle, I would take the low of the prior 15 minutes, which would comprise these three candles here. 1, 2, 3. Looks like the low of that candle was 435. Low of that one was 439, 435, and 435. So my stop loss here would have been one or two pennies outside of the low of the prior 15 minutes. So if the low here was 435, 434 or 433 stop loss would have kept you in there because it never went to retest that level. This was a nice clean break, chopped around for 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 minutes above the entry line, and then took off on that mad run before we got that halt in there. Um, so clearly defined entry on the break of this high tick here, breaking out of this nice little consolidation, and then take the low of the prior 15 minutes, which in this case would be 3 5-minute bars. Now, if we go to 15 minutes, this is the entry bar right here. You would simply take the low, whichever is greatest. Is it the low of the entry bar? In this case, it's 435, but here we have the same low. So the low is equal here, all right? Low of the prior, still 435, so 434, 433 is your stop. Extremely low risk, extremely high reward because it never even blinked down to that level there. So Patrick, let me know if that makes sense there. Okay, so Jeff, the buy on this one, I just went back to 5-minute candles so we can have a little few more candles to take a peek at here. Now, notice AGBA opened right back here, okay? And we just went sideways, okay? We put in the high, we put in the low down here, and then up until this break, we're range bound, okay? We're range bound 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. For 40 minutes, we're just moving sideways in between the established high, which was the opening candle, and the established low, which was right here, okay? 425, right? So we're moving sideways, sideways, sideways. We didn't pop out of that range until this candle here, all right? High was 450, 449, 442, but then boom, we broke right here, okay? So this is the break, the opening range break, otherwise known as a ORB. Nice little tight range, and this is the break of the range. So this is the entry candle here, and then to define our stop loss, 1 5-minute candle, 2 5-minute candle, 3 5-minute candles, we take the lowest point, okay? So Jeff, let me know if that makes sense. Now, Otley is the same thing, only problem is this would have been ideal right here. However, opening wick kind of ruined it all, okay? So the true high is up here at this wick, all right, which was $1.93, okay? Which it had to expend a little bit of energy getting up there, and then you can see when it broke this high, got in the money a little bit, now it folded back over. But let's pretend for a moment that wick wasn't there to ruin the party. Then this would have been the original high. So we go down here, we're range bound between the high and the low. This is the same pattern as AGBA, just a little more stretched out, more defined range if we're pretending that that wick wasn't there. So we're in the range, we creep back up here. Now, whether you play candle bodies or wicks is up to you. Just keep in mind, I would have never seen Otley coming through my new high ticker until we break the official high, which is past this wick here. but let's pretend for a moment that wick does not exist. This is the same pattern. It's just a little bit more stretched out here. Okay, so risk would be a lot more on Otley than it would have been on Agba because of the energy expended to get to this level here. Agba, nice and flat, hardly any energy expenditure to break that plane there. Now, when we go back to Otley, a lot of energy expenditure, broke that level, did get a nice run, right, before it backed off. So you would have had plenty of time to, take some profit there. But look at the risk level. If this is the entry bar right here, 5, 10, 15, our risk is down here. So our risk level versus our reward level, that reward level is just a little bit larger, a little bit over 1R on Otley versus Agba. I mean, you're not going to see risk like this very much. There it is today. That's your risk area. And look how many times you could pack that risk area into that reward area there. 6, 7, 8, 9 times, right? Risking, I think risk on this one was 435, risking about 15, 20 cents to get all that or to get some of that, right? Good question, Jeff. What scan am I using? Okay. So this is a really simple technique and it's been working, right? Because I'm waiting for nice tight range breaks to develop. Now, how do I find them? Okay. Well, it can't break out of this area right here without hitting a new high. Okay. So all I do in the opening 15, 30 minutes is every time a stock wins a race, okay, whether it be my long or short race, I'm simply clicking on that stock and I'm liking it. Okay. That's adding it to quote unquote my liked list. Now, a stock, you never know how long it's going to move sideways. Look at GLYC here. Another decent example. Okay. Put in the high on the opening 5-minute candle here. And it came down here, put its low in about 20 minutes into the open. And guess what? Then it goes range bound. It's trading sideways, sideways, sideways. Now, had I had my list updated, once again, GLLC would have come through this ticker here saying, hey, new high, because it's just barely popping out. So once again, this would have been a really nice entry here as it broke out and hit a new high. It can't break the opening range break without hitting a new high. What's my risk? Entry candle here, 5, 10, 15. Risk would be right here. Total reward area right here. Okay. Risk, reward. Now, as I click on these stocks and like them, this alert window here, no filtering, just because all I want to know is when they're hitting a new high, and then I see if the pattern is conducive, right? Um, no filters. Just tell me when a stock that I've liked is hitting a new high or a new low, right? It might be doing the exact same thing, but to the downside, right? So this window is only looking at my liked. Every time I see a race winner, I like it by clicking on the heart up here. Unlike, like. So really my job in the first 30 minutes is just to harvest symbols so that then I can see later on. Typically, the ideal time is to give it about 30 minutes, right? Um, if we look here at GLYC, if we try to go too early, we might have thought, well, it's breaking the lows here, right? But what did it do? It snapped right back up, and this would have been a false breakout, right? But we also have to consult the daily and go, if this thing does lift, where might it stop? And glycomimetics, if we crunch up the daily here, I mean, this thing's just been a monster, right? But it is just now getting to this level up here where it looks like it might run into a little resistance, right? Initially, these levels would have been of interest right here. Boy, how many days do we have here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 consecutive days up, finally getting up to this area here. So it might be putting on the brakes up here. If we want a little bit of a longer term view, check out the weekly. A little bit, oops, no wonder it's on the wrong stock. Okay, and we can confirm, look what it's doing on the weekly, getting right up here to this level, which may act as resistance. If it gets through there, then we're looking a little bit higher on the weekly. But boy, what a run GLYC has had, and still heading up. Now, the interesting thing about the races is, for example, all this race is looking for is positive change from the open. How much the stock has went up since the open. These are looking at how much the stock has went down, since the open. And even though there are no volume criteria in there, a lot of these stocks are going to be experiencing extremely high volume. We saw the AGBA there, but if we go back to Glick, check out the volume levels here. And keep in mind, on a day where there's not a lot of volume in a lot of stocks, still doing it 8 times on the 5-minute level and putting in a healthy 10 on relative, simply meaning if the volume stays in, this little thing's on pace to trade about 10 times the amount of shares as it normally does. And we can see down here the average 3-month thing before it came to life, and this is probably skewed even higher due to the past 7 or 8 days. It didn't do a whole lot of volume. Even with those big days in the calculations, it's showing 248,000. Little guy's kicked out 1 million already. Not the biggest float, but not the smallest float either. 42 million. Yeah, Jeff, and the reason I like this methodology is because it's so simple. And each and every day, there are going to be some decent movers, right? So, just kind of taking anyone that shows quality on the, if it looks like this, I'm pretty much going to take the trade. And of course, you're going to have your losers and your winners. CTRN, a little choppy there. CCO, a break from here, down, smaller stock. And of course, not a whole lot to look at since I didn't have time to update my list. Boy, just a grind down on XPEV. And even though XPEV was all crazy, you know, at these levels, once it gets down here and starts breaking that range, it's throwing some elbows, but it is grinding lower. There's just not a whole lot of room left over here as we zoom in on the daily here, right? I mean, we could come down here and kiss that 20 period. Wouldn't be surprised to see that at all. Of course, that would match up with yesterday and that doji, well, almost a doji that was put in. All right, Jeff, very good. All right, looks like no questions are coming in, so let's just do something that I've been meaning to do here lately. we're just going to start this window from scratch, and we're going to do a little configuring here. Try to come up with something good to watch on the short side. Let's see. I tell you what, let's start with the position in the lifetime range. It's got to be in the upper 90th percentile. But position in 10-day range can't be any higher than the top 10%. And let's see, how do we want to attack the volume? I'm just going to say, you know what? Not going to worry about averages here, but say it's had to have traded a couple 100,000 at least. And all symbols, all exchanges. And I think I have a new low here. Interesting. Well, I guess I'm just a little overzealous on the position and lifetime range here. NVIV trying to spike lower, just doesn't have a lot of room either. So this is interesting. I would think there would be a few things. Yeah, there we go. Okay. A week ago. Okay. ARDX. Not a bad break. Boy, I picked the wrong morning to be ill prepared, I tell you that. $1.90, now pushing up to 214. Notice it's going again. Kind of reverts back to what Peter was asking. Okay. So when you have one like this that's working, let's say we put a little on the blotter at $1.90, we're still in it. It's breaking out again. See how the pattern is repeating itself. Okay. If you're an aggressive trader and there is room, which, boy, it is showing some decent room here. Interesting. Let me take a look at that real quick here. Very interesting. You gotta keep an eye on this one. And the reason it's interesting is because look at the volume level here, look at the volume level here, and look what my next high is telling me. You know, and we're probably looking way back here. Okay. This is what it's looking at. Look at this. We're into this weekly candle now. Okay. So interesting. What do we top out there? 219. So if you took this one here, 213, 1, 2, 3, this would be your stop loss right here. Now, it seems a little too good to be true here. I would think that this little guy is just going to move sideways for the remainder of the day, but we'll see. And Lucent taking a little bit more of a header down. Another beautiful little short here, right about the $1.92 level. And is 12 cents on a dollar stock, $1.90 stock. Not that bad. Hey Yuri, there will be a Black Friday sale coming up. Well, I don't have the specifics on it. Um, there's going to be some type of Black Friday sale as well as a Thanksgiving sale. So definitely a sale coming up here soon. LU heading on down. Let's look at the K-Web here. Kind of trying to put in a little bounce there. Yeah, I didn't expect to see so few stocks coming through there. Loosen this up a little bit. See if it produces some more. Ooh, look at that. That certainly would have been a nice one to be in. About a 50-cent risk on that guy right there to pluck out a couple of points. That's a 4-to-1 right there. And this was exactly the idea that I had. These stocks that are still kind of lofty in the upper 85% of their lifetime range would make sense that these are the ones that may get drugged down. LU continuing its little plunge there. Right. It's coming up pretty soon though, Yuri. You'll definitely hear about it if you're subscribed to one of our mailing lists. Yes, Jeff, you can scan for certain sectors. If you hit right click and configure in a top list or an alert window, and you come over here to symbol lists and you hit existing list, we've got all kinds of customized list here already in existence, right? So we can always go down to, it's been a while since I perused these sectors, open up the sector tab, and then you have all the main sectors and then the subsectors of those sectors and even subsectors of subsectors, right? So let's see, would you say biotechs? They're a subsector of one of the sectors. can't remember off the top of my head. Administrative, agricultural. I would think administrative. I know it's in here somewhere. Healthcare. Not information. Manufacturing. Let me see here if somebody knows where that's hiding. BBB. Coronavirus. All right, I got some other eyes on here. We'll find it somewhere. For some reason, I thought it was in manufacturing, but obviously I'm mistaken.
Hey, Jamie.
Yes, Barry.
This is what I've done. Now, it's not exactly biotech, but for instance, if you type in J&J, okay,
Yeah.
and then if you in your single stock window, if you've got J&J competitors,
Yes, that is the workaround. Uh-huh.
and that now becomes pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing,
There we
and
go.
that
There we
pops
go.
out. Okay, that's
Mm-hmm.
one. There is another one that I've used in the past. I just can't remember what symbol I put in the single stock window, and it's another sort of a bio top list. But that's the one that I've used in the past, the pharmaceutical preparation
Pharmaceutical
manufacturing.
preparation.
Yeah.
Now,
So if you so you've got your competitors tab.
uh-huh.
Okay, so then just right click, pop, and then do the pop out. And then you'll notice the top list is called pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing.
Excellent. And it's pointed to that list, I'm assuming. Yep.
Yes,
All right.
exactly.
Yeah, that's the easy
So
way to
that's
do it.
one. If you typed in another pharma, what you consider a pharma,
Mm-hmm.
I know there's another one that's not quite as big as the pharmaceutical preparation manufacturing, but it also has a lot of bios. I just can't remember what
Biological
one that is.
products.
That's the one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
So there's a couple of top lists, and then you can, so that person who's looking for that can kind of zero in on just those in a top
Right.
list format.
Biological
And I actually
product.
like that because you can now, of course, take that top list and you can, customize it,
Sure.
price range, volume, and all that stuff.
Absolutely. Been a
I'll let
while
you
since
go.
I tackled the old sector list there.
Well, I've sort of shied. Oh, you mean in our symbol lists?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Problem with that too, Jamie, is I don't know how up to date they are, to be honest. I don't know if anybody's really, looking at those things, and I don't think there's an auto update on them. So unless somebody is really updating all those symbol lists, they could be pretty well, it won't be up to date. But this, I
Uh,
think, is a better way to do it
Yeah,
anyways.
I agree with you. This is the more efficient way, and it targets the list automatically. So good deal.
Exactly.
Appreciate the tip there.
No problem. I'll put myself back on mute.
Okay, so Jeff, did that make sense to you on how to do that? You just type in one of the companies, take a look at the single stock, my competitors, and then just right click and pop it out, and you've got a customized top list just specifically for that little sector. See, I would have never thought to look under surgical and medical instrument manufacturing, right? For a drug manufacturer. Yep. Let's take a look at the magic indicator that Barry likes. Oh, this is the TI pattern recognition indicator. How's it behaving? Is the 10 period? Yeah, it hadn't got back down to the 10 on the 15. So we shall see. All right, Jeff, good deal. Two brains are better than one. Thank you, Barry. All right, so the questions panel is open. If anybody's sitting on one, go ahead and get it out there. Now, back to this list over here, definitely getting a lot more symbols. I see a lot of repeats in here. So I'd probably want to loosen that lifetime range up just a little more. We'll take it to 70. Still seeing a lot of repeats, but that's okay. But now we're just gonna check the config, put it to a little back test here. Just to get an idea if it's worth paying attention to. We'll leave it there for now. We're not even going to use any stop losses or profit targets. We just want to see what's out there on the short side. Yes, Iris, that is what I said, and I was referring to these bars down here. If we right click and check out our indicator list, my moving averages, and then when we come down here, this is the pattern recognition index. Now, Barry, I don't know if it's available to everybody yet or if it's still just us and Dev.
Not available.
Okay, so not yet available.
Not yet available.
Okay, not too good on the results there, which I wasn't expecting anything earth-shattering. But what we're going to do is see if there's any optimization that can be done.
Hey, Jamie, you might want
Yes.
to I take a look at BRBR on a 15-minute chart. BRBR on a 15-minute chart.
Okay.
Okay, so this is how I'm kind of using it, all right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can see the histogram on the 15. You see how it's dwindling. It's getting those bars are getting
Yes.
lower and lower.
Uh-huh.
And the thing is that it's not a matter of now taking the trade now, but if you were in this trade earlier, say at 23.52, on that break up there, and
Uh-huh.
you get a little worried because, okay, look at that candle at the 12 o'clock candle. It kind of had a bit that's a green 15-minute candle, had a bit of a jump, and now, but it's continuing down. So how I'm kind of using it is if I'm in the trade already, instead of getting, I'm not saying I wouldn't have taken anything off the table
Mm-hmm.
on that green candle, but seeing the way the histogram is, it gives me more confidence to hang on to the trade longer and longer until I see a big change in that histogram. That's how I'm kind of using it. That's one way I'm using it.
Right,
Okay.
right.
And so that's it's just maybe a bit of a confidence booster for me. I'm a pretty jumpy trader
Sure,
sometimes,
sure.
and like I think we all are. We don't want to lose. We're up on something, and all of a sudden you get that bar going against you, and you start saying, "Man, should I? How much should I get out? Should I get out of everything?" Well, this is allowing me to keep in the trade a lot longer than I ever would have.
Right, right.
So the other way I'm using it is that if you, well, let's take a look. If I'm trying to remember the one yesterday, but let's just say you see some consolidation, say on the 15-minute chart. Okay, you
Mm-hmm.
see, I'm not talking about the histogram, but you see some consolidation on the 15-minute chart, and yet the histogram is really nice and high. All the bars are almost right near the top. That's the other way I'm kind of looking at it. And I'm not in the trade yet. Okay. I'm looking at that going, well, listen, there's got to be something happening. I'm just not seeing it yet. Or
Mm-hmm.
it's not reflected yet in the chart. So maybe
Right,
something, as I call it, is percolating just underneath. And I
right.
took one trade yesterday on that. I think it was XP,
Mm-hmm.
XP fairly late in the day. And if you look at XP on a 15-minute chart, yesterday, and you can see there's some consolidation between 145 and about 245, about an hour, just
Right.
just hanging tough.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the histogram. Look
Yep.
how it was getting bigger and bigger and bigger.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I was saying into the room. I was saying, you know what? I mean, there might be something happening. I ended up taking that trade at about 1737,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
and it popped up to 1778. I'm not saying that's always going to happen,
Sure.
but that's kind of how I'm using it.
Yeah.
So
I
I
mean,
just
makes
thought it,
it's simple. It makes sense.
yeah. And as
Just a
we all know, there's
slow little increase here as this consolidation occurred. Hmm.
exactly,
And that's a beautiful
exactly.
little range break on top of it, using these bars to kind of reinforce your theory that it could take a pop higher.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So I'll mute myself again.
Yeah, no worries. Look at that one, Barry. How would you like to have been short in PBT today?
PDT?
This one, Paul Boy Tom. Look at
Oh,
that.
yeah, PBT. Oh, okay,
Yeah, look at
PBT.
that.
Let's take a look at that
Whoop.
one.
And of course, these bars are pretty much
Yeah,
non-existent down here, you know?
yeah, exactly. Wow.
Yeah.
Permian Basin royalty.
Hmm.
Hmm.
So that's kind of why I was dallying around with this to, I mean, yeah, we got a lot of technical damage to repair before we even, you know, it was funny. Some guys, some technical analyst the other day was like, well, we could technically be out of the bear market according to where the Dow closed. Well, yeah.
Yeah,
We got a little too premature to make that call.
exactly. One of the exercises I'm doing in the pre-market now is just looking at the major sectors, energy, et cetera, the nine major sectors, and looking where they are with relation to the 200-day moving average. And it is amazing. I mean, there are some sectors that are actually quite not bad, but then you get things like communications, which is just absolutely destroyed, still way below the 200-day moving average.
Right.
Tech looked like it wanted to, XLK looked like it was trying to get close. I think financials are starting now to approach it from the up from the well, it's starting to approach it to the downside now. Financials. But it's interesting for me anyway to take a look at the major sectors and where they are in relation to the 200-day moving averages. And I mean, it's yeah, Jamie, but we're not out of anything yet, not that I can see. But you
Look,
know
this
what?
this guy looks like it's going to take a header right down to 1641, man.
Hmm. Did you see NOTV yesterday?
NOTV.
Yeah. Not V, not good. NOTV.
Ooh, that's pretty.
That was a beauty. That was a beauty short
That
for
is
us.
pretty.
And there were shorts available. I mean, that was the amazing thing. But it came, some fraud allegations came out and all that sort of. No, no, no. This is some kind of it's a bio, and they said they were. Wait a minute, you're using chimpanzees or something came out that didn't seem very good. You're going to have to look at the news, and the stock just got pummeled, like from 16, and now it's at 5.
Face
Jeez.
charge for illegally importing non-human primates.
There we go. I knew it had
Yeah,
something to do with monkeys. So.
yeah, that reminds me of the what was that Matthew Broderick movie back in the day with the chimps?
Oh yeah, yeah. I can't remember. I know I do remember, but I can't remember. It's too long ago.
I thought I heard Holly. Yep, Holly. Looky here.
Yeah, you got to discount SATX though. I mean,
That's
I know
true.
you'd have
I
to
heard you
discount it.
talking about that one, and boy, I pulled it up and I saw the book, and I'm like, no, thank you.
Yeah.
Even if
Well,
it
I
was
mean, first,
shortable, I don't think I would have even messed
well,
around
that's
with it.
it. I don't know how many brokerage accounts. I mean, maybe Centerpoint might probably has shorts available, probably a horrendous fee rate, but I don't think most brokerages had shorts for SATX.
Yep.
I'm wondering with the AI, and I was going to ask Michael this, maybe you know this, but I thought there had to be at least, I don't know, a certain amount of history. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. So it's traded, I mean, before today, it's traded 15 days as SATX. I thought it had to have a lot more history before it would even make it into an AI alert.
Yeah, I'm not really sure about that. Nice little
Because how
smiley
else do
face.
you determine pattern and all? So I
Well,
was
let's
surprised to see it there.
see. What was the strategy that spawned it? Let's see here.
I mean, it's going to look wonderful, for statistics, but I mean, it's just not realistic. And we got to be
This is
real, Jamie.
true. This
We
is
got to be
true.
real. So there you go. E-Trade had no shorts. IB had no shorts. So, if you're trying to use Brokerage Plus, you would not have been able to. I think my guess is that Centerpoint would have.
I'm sure some of the more boutiquey firms probably had it.
Hmm.
Boy, the
What was the
market,
strategy it came from?
I was trying to find that right now. So it had to have been either breakdown short or separation from the eight. I think it's separation from the 8 short. This one right here.
Okay.
Because see,
All
that's where
right.
the big cheese is.
Hmm.
Separation
But
from the 8 short.
but evidently it doesn't need that many days for the pattern recognition.
Hmm.
So anyway, it would have been a wonderful short, but
Yes, it would have. Yes, it would have.
and especially these things that go up on no news. I mean, there's no reason for this. Absolutely zero reason for this going higher. At least with the grinder, you can say, okay, again, as I said before, for better or for worse, it's a known commodity. And so, sure, but this SATX, nothing. You
Yeah.
could search high and low, and you won't get probably any news on it, other than maybe some Reddit crew has got a hold of it for the day and for the last couple of days.
Yeah, those Redditors can definitely do it.
Oh yeah.
So Barry, the one
So
day
Jamie,
that I was distracted today, and I'm thinking,
mm,
I got to go take delivery of a generator. I can't get too heavy into things, but this Agba, that would have been
mm,
right up my alley as a race winner.
AGBA.
Yeah,
Yeah, AGBA, exactly.
and just missed
Halted
it.
a few times.
Hmm.
This is another one, Jamie. If you take a look at it, this is another SPAC. And it's interesting because I mean, you see, there's a couple of huge red candles
Hmm.
on the daily chart
Yeah.
ahead. Now, normally, and I think one of those, or might have been 3 or 4 days ago. Normally, when the SPAC says, "Okay, we have finalized our merger with this company," usually that day there's a pop in the stock, and then they're usually saying, "Okay, and we will start trading as a new symbol maybe in the next day or give us a day."
Right.
And this just not happened with this. I mean, and I think one of the reasons is that they're merging with some group called TAG Holdings Limited, and I
Hmm.
just don't think it has you know, the cachet, the appeal. People are looking at that, going, "Oh, big deal."
Yeah, and I mean, remember it was what, how many years ago when the SPACs first started hitting the scene, and
I think we're 2018. I think Space might have been the one of the very first ones. There may have been some other ones, but
yeah,
I think Space was one of the very first ones, and I think that was in 2018.
yeah. So all the rage, and then kind of got quiet, and now they're starting to pop again
They are
as
starting to
deals
pop again.
actually get done.
Yeah, yeah. Well, even before when the deals were getting done, it didn't really matter what the deal was. They were just going to go up.
Yeah, it was
It
all
didn't
hype.
really matter. But
Uh-huh.
I think now, I think people are being a little more selective. Again, I use the grinder.
Yeah, they're waiting
Okay,
for the quality offerings, like
the
Grinder.
quality ones. That's right. High quality.
Oh man.
That's funny though, isn't it?
Me and I was like, "Oh, is that a coffee company?" Nope. No, it's
Jamie.
not.
No. Well, they might sell. Maybe it's a sideline business, but not the main business.
Yeah, get your Grinder coffee as well
Yeah, yeah,
for those.
exactly.
I'm just gonna stop. I'm just
Are
gonna
you?
stop,
Yeah,
Barry.
yeah. You better. You better. It's a good thing Dan's not in here.
Uh, Goodness.
Is right. Now, actually, look at the AGBA. See, look at the histogram now, and starting to really drop. Now, I don't know if that's not shortable for me. So, at Interactive Broker, so I couldn't even take it.
I don't know if Barry, I've been cheating on E-Trade, and I opened up an Ameritrade account to use to try to mess around with Thinkorswim a little bit because I've never traded on that platform. But let's just see if I can even throw out a short offer on Agba.
Doubt it, but
Nope, rejected.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. There is one that if I had been really
Oh,
paying
oh
more attention
goodness.
though,
Oh,
what
wait.
happened?
I was looking at the wrong moving average. I
Oh,
thought it had already shot through the 200 period, but that looks like a
uh,
foregone conclusion right there, man.
hmm. But the next time I see some SPAC that's merging with some company that has some kind of brand appeal, I'm going to take that SPAC the day before. And I should have taken, I mean, TINV, I should have been thinking a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
I should have taken the TINV, even if you put a stop of $10. So you get in at 1163 where it closed yesterday,
Yeah.
and just see what happens. I
Mm-hmm.
mean, there's no guarantee, but I had to figure that with grinder is that crazy commodity. So
Yeah.
anyway, next time. There's always going to be a next time.
That is true. That is true. And, kind of getting back to these race stocks and compiling that list in the first 30 minutes. Yeah. Spilt milk today, crying over Agba, but
Hmm.
there'll be more on Monday.
There will be. Yeah, there will be. Be an interesting week next week with 1.5 days of holiday, I guess. Why do you guys do it on Thursday? Why don't you have the holiday half day
Don't
on
ask me,
Thursday
Barry. I
and
don't
then
know.
Friday's your day? I mean,
I don't
that
know.
doesn't make any sense.
I know.
Zero sense.
Yeah, but it'll be,
Anyway,
next week will be, a, you know, ghost town. I don't know. Monday and
yeah.
Tuesday might be pretty good.
Oh, I think, yeah, I listen, this market doesn't, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you look at the overall market, maybe you look at SPY volume and all that, but is the shameless plug for trade ideas, we can always find stuff to trade.
That is
And
true.
there's always stuff happening. So,
Yeah, I need to get in there and how's the Discord been going?
shh.
Oh, am I not supposed to say anything? I didn't. Oops.
Going fine. Uh,
I meant the disco, Barry. How's the disco
the
been going?
disco. Yeah, yeah. Well,
Yeah.
grinding at the disco. Okay. On that note, Jamie, I will take over.
Okay. I'll let you grab the screen and then
Okay.
we'll talk later. Bye-bye.
Okay. Have a great weekend. Bye
You
bye.
too.
Okay, guys, I'm back in all the rooms now. Okay, I'm back in all the rooms. And just let me get my music going. All right, guys. So, well, interesting. I was just talking to Jamie in our YouTube room when he was talking about AGBA, and I was now look at the histogram right now. I mean, it's pretty choppy, but not the histogram so much, but those bars are increasing and the price is starting to increase right at the 200 or the VWAP, right at it. I mean, the VWAP's at 7 and your stock is at 711 right now. A high of the day was 783. So hang on. Yeah, this is not, we were talking about how, yeah, most brokerages won't have shorts for this one. I know Zach probably has shorts at Centerpoint, but most brokers won't have shorts. Yeah, man. Now look at the spread now that took place on that one. 690, 704, and was even worse. Got to be so careful on these low floaters. The spread looked pretty good for a bit, and then all of a sudden they just yanked it. Let's see if it gets back over 7. So still hanging at that VWAP. Oh, I see. While you're looking at PBT, yeah, it's on Zach's potential bounce plays. But let's see, the first alert. Yeah, see, this is the issue. This is why it makes it really, really difficult. Okay, especially for new traders. And I would not, if you're not, even if you're an experienced trader, this is not easy because you get the first alert at 1966, then 1925, 1912, 19, down, all the way down to 1831. Every time you're wondering, should I do it now? Should I do it now? Should I, so it's not easy at all. Yeah, the overstock. So that was on Zach's topping. So that's not bad because I mean, the alert was at 2405. It did get up to 24. You know, this is what I used to. I haven't talked about this in a while, but this is how had I seen this one, I would have. This is what I would have done. So here's the overstock OSTK. It's a topping play from Zach. In other words, they're looking for a potential short stock that's kind of gone parabolic. So you see, we had the alert at 2405 and it got up to 2425, 2424. I would put an alert back at the first alert price, 2405, and if it got back down there, then I'd take the short. Okay, but I wouldn't try to guess that up here it's going to be because you never know, it could keep popping. But if it got back to that first one, then I could put a price alert there, and then I could make up my mind, do I want to take that short now? And of course, in this particular case, it would have worked out. In this case, it would have worked out very well. Problem is when you get multiple, 1966 all the way down to 1831, what are you going to do? Say, okay, I'll take it if it gets back to 1966 on a bounce. So, I mean, that's giving up way too much. So, yeah, this is just too whippy, guys, for me. AGBA up through the through the VWAP, down through the VWAP, just too whippy. So I'm just going to forget about it. Whoa. Now, isn't this the one? I thought that, is this now Ticketmaster? Is this Ticketmaster LYV, or merged with Ticketmaster, or became LI? I know there's some kind of, obviously, I mean, looking at the Taylor Swift thing, so it's got something to do with Ticketmaster. So Ticketmaster's parent company. So this is okay. So Live Nation must have bought. Okay, they bought Ticketmaster. That's what it's all about. Okay. Hmm. On my own. Yeah, nothing I can do about that, Viresh. Your question, not receiving the weekly swing trades email. I can't help you there. You've probably already tried to go to support at trade-ideas. I mean, I'll give you our homepage. I don't know why you're not. I mean, it's something's going on with our database, obviously, but just give me a moment and I'll give you our homepage and you can start. I don't know if you've already done this. If you've done it, what they'll do is they'll look at your email and and they're going to see whether or not, you're actually in the database. Okay. So when you click on the link, the homepage link, oh, that will help. Okay. I don't know if you've done this. So click on the homepage link and then where it says questions and answers, a little balloon will pop up. Okay, questions and answers, and then click on the ask. So give them your email address and say exactly what you just said. Hey, I've signed up for the swing trade. Now, is that all you're doing? It's a $17 a month, or are you a subscriber to Trade Ideas? Like, are you a subscriber to the either a standard or a premium subscriber? Or are you just subscribed to that $17 a month deal? If you can answer. Oh, okay. Then you don't get an email. Nobody gets an email. All you have to do, nobody gets an email if you're a current subscriber. Okay. I'm glad I caught that then. All you have to do is just go to the toolbar. Okay. You'll actually see these probably Sunday night before but if you click on new from our toolbar, okay, new, and then click on the dock channel bar, and then click on swing picks. It used to be called TI Strength, but it's now Swing Picks. Because we don't email these out to our subscribers, because all you have to do is just go to the Swing Picks, and when you do that, here's the email that people get. Here's your welcome screen with all the information about the 5. Okay, so you can probably do that Sunday night, certainly Monday morning. Okay, so yeah, that's glad I caught that. So Ralph, I don't know if you're just kidding around or what your situation is. Talking about in our YouTube room. You know what, guys? I was when I was watching that NOTV, I was watching this. The histogram was increasing here, and the stock was still kind of not doing much. No, look at it now. Shoot, missed this one. Well, Ralph, how new a trader are you? Have you practiced in a simulator? Have you practiced simulated trading at all to see whether or not you say you've got some? Well, then you got to keep practicing until you start winning. And I don't know where you're taking your entries. I don't know anything about the scans that you've got, of course. I mean, are you taking stocks that are going into a 200-day moving average, or going into a VWAP, or going into some kind of resistance on a daily chart, things like that? All sorts of. Yeah, but buying the VWAP and holding is not necessarily, a strategy. You can watch to see what a stock does around the VWAP, but if you're just going to say, okay, stock goes into the VWAP, I'm going to buy it no matter what. Well, that's, you can try that, but what's happening with you? You're saying that's not a good strategy. My idea of the VWAP is to see, a little bit, how well is it holding? But are there other aspects? What's the market doing? What's the overall market doing? Even if it took out the VWAP, where's the next resistance close by? Is it close by? Is the 200-day close by? There's all sorts of other things that come into it rather than just saying, well, stock goes to the VWAP, I'm buying. Man, if it were that simple, we'd all be multimillionaires. Yeah, but there's no such thing as, I think you're looking for the magic bullet, Ralph. I mean, you could say there's no strategy. A lot of it is about being able to read what the market's doing and reading charts, okay? The program is called Trade Ideas, and it's generating an idea, but then you have to take that idea and start to analyze what the charts are telling you, maybe what the market's doing. And yes, being aware of where the VWAP is and probably the 200-day moving average, things like that. Looking left on a daily chart, if you're buying a stock that is near the high of the day, where could it keep going before it hits resistance? There's a lot to it. Yeah, but you're Ralph. I mean, a person who has a strategy that is right 60% of the time, still that person probably is, he gets the alert, he or she gets the alert and still does some analyzing, and then there's all about, okay, when do you get out of the trade? I mean, where are you taking, does it, when you get into a trade, does it move at all in your direction, or does it stall and then automatically always move down? I would maybe even encourage you to take a look at Michael Noss's trading course looking at trends, resistance, chart patterns. Like I wish I could just say to you, here, use this and you'll be right 60% of the time. There's nothing, I can't do that. I really wish I could. Here's one. I mean, this is just a crazy little one. HTOO. All right. So you look at it and it had the big pop in the pre-market. I mean, but this is very, highly speculative, but I'm just going to use this as an example. And you see where the VWAP is. It's right on it. I guess, if some volume came in and it popped through the VWAP, maybe that becomes a trade, as long as there's some volume. But if the volume is next to nothing, there's probably not going to be any sustained action on it. So you should, in my opinion, you should be looking to see what volume is doing also. But if you're truly wrong 90% of the time, why don't you do the George Costanza and just do the opposite then of what you've been doing to see what happens? If you're literally wrong 90% of the time, then try going in the other direction for a while and see what happens. Like I'm not trying to be flip, but I mean you could just to see. Yeah, right. I mean, seriously. Well, if you're talking about auto trading, I don't recommend auto trading at all. If that's what you're talking about, Ralph, okay, so that could be part of the problem. If you're auto trading, I just don't, I don't recommend it. I know we have it available, but I think it's so advanced and you have to really know your program, some strategy that has been, and you have to keep back testing, because what back tests well today, 2 days from now, may be terrible. That's why auto trading, I think, is very, very difficult. Listen, if auto trading was the way to go, I'd be doing it. Okay, good. Then you don't know how to auto trade. Good. Yeah. So if you see something, that you typically from your scan that you would buy, short it. Short it in our simulator. See what happens. Who knows? Maybe you've got the perfect scan. You're just using it the wrong way. Yeah, Larry, you're right. I mean, it's not about how many winners you've got. I mean, it's managing your winners, number one, and getting out of your losers with a proper stop, so that your risk is very, well, it's contained. I mean, I remember getting into, not in this room. This is a while ago, but a bit of a harangue with a guy saying, "I'm always right on Apple. 95% of my Apple trades are correct." I said, "Really? Wow. Well, let's take a look." So, I mean, I'll make it up. He's buying at 135 and selling at 135.10. Okay, so you're making 10 cents on a $135 stock. Unless you're buying millions upon millions of shares, you're making nothing, or making 2 cents. So 95% I'm right. And I thought, okay, well, if that is how you want to measure how well you're doing, fine. I mean, I'm not going to want to get into a major argument with the guy, but probably not, Div. KWE. I mean, probably not now. A little too late. I know what you're saying in the calendar. Let's see what the calendar says, though. It might be saying postponed, or maybe sometime next week. Yeah. So now it's to be announced. TBA, to be announced. Okay. So they canceled it for today. This one, let's take a look at this one. Maritime. Let's see if it does open next week. I'm going to put it in. Hmm. So what was this last day here? So this is already trading under that symbol. So I don't know if this is, but when you look at the chart here, I don't know what's going on. There's no volume, so it's a pink. So it's, okay. So this is going to be an uplisting from the pink sheets, guys. In theory, on Wednesday. So we've seen this in the past. Some of them, interesting. But what I'm going to do is, what's the price right now? 125. It's not trading, so I'm going to create a price alert at 2 above it. I'm going to put it's supposed to be 1.4 million between 6 and 8. And I've seen these guys around, Lafferty, and that is on 1123. Okay. So if it does start trading next week, we'll know about it, or I'll know about it anyway. Okay, D88, sure. Yeah, but he can't really. I mean, the suggestions. He's talked about the suggestions, Ralph. I mean, how. Are you trying to trade? Is this your only way you're making income? If that's the case, it's pretty difficult. Okay, that's number one. What sort of trader can you trade all day? Can you sit in front of a computer all day, or are you only able to? Do you have another job, so you only have a certain time period? How much money are you willing to put in to the into your broker's account? Um, is there a price range that you start to feel comfortable with? I didn't know. I mean, I'm more of a momentum trader, but I didn't know I was a momentum trader. I had no idea what sort of a trader I was. What I wanted to be. And it took a while for me to figure out, I kind of like the idea of buying stocks when they're near the high of the day, breaking out with room when I look left on a daily chart. That's kind of my little modus operandi. Okay. I didn't know that though to begin with. What do I want to be when I grow up? That'll never happen. Minimum volume. You I mean, I know there are people that won't trade a stock unless it's traded 1 million shares. Okay. And that's fine. That's fine. That's not my style, but that's fine. The reason why I don't do that personally is because a stock that is, at the very beginning of the day might only be trading 100 and then 200 and then 500 and then 600 and maybe making a move. And so if I wait for that 1 or 2 million share minimum, the move might be already over. Now, having said that, I don't typically trade in the first 15 minutes, Ralph. I have no idea if you're trading right off the bat. I typically don't trade in the first 15. And, you may not be new to trading, but I'd probably sit out the first 30. Let things settle down a little bit. But if you're trading in the first 15 minutes, you're probably getting whipped out of positions. Yeah, there's some stocks that just keep moving right from the get-go. You just have to, forget about, I mean, it's going to happen. I used to trade. Indeed, is it finally, hmm, keep waiting for this. It's not really, you're looking to short this, I know. But I used to trade. I used to try to trade like the opening bell. I'd see something moving, get in. So many times, I'd lose on the trade, and it just sets you in a bad mood for the rest of the day. You do that 2 or 3 times right at the beginning, and then you're playing catch up, and then you start revenge trading, and it can just destroy you. So, this is many, many years ago, but I decided, you know what, I'm just going to try to let things settle down a little bit. And I picked the 15, doesn't mean after 15 minutes, everything is settled down, but I guarantee it's more settled down in the first minute. Yeah, but you're chasing, yeah, okay, Ralph, there's a great, that's great. Look at GL, you're chasing it though, every single day, it looks, at some point, you look at this GLYC and you think, oh man, 2 days in a row, I can't buy it. Oh man, it's still up. Man, okay, now. And then it goes down on you. I mean, you're chasing. I mean, that's the problem. You're chasing something that eventually, it probably is going to be some profit taking. I know it's hard. You see something like this go up I mentioned this one this morning. I mean, this is, started a week and a half ago at 69 cents. And what did it get to this morning? 246. But my guess is that you're probably chasing, like what Real might say is like wait for a pullback to maybe a moving average and the 8 EMA or the ADMA on the 15-minute chart, wait for a pullback, see what happens. I think my guess is that you probably would do better as a pullback trader. I don't know if you're just chasing momentum, but you probably maybe want to style yourself as more of a pullback trader, and maybe try the ADMA on the 15-minute chart, and don't chase. Wait to see if the stock pulls back and see what it does. Practice that one. Now, in this case, it pulled back, but it kept moving down. So at that point, you might say, well, I'm going to short it. But I mean, there's a lot goes into trading. Well, Ralph, it's just not working for you. You're trying to buy stocks going up, but it sounds like you're just chasing them. So maybe you should be waiting for stocks to pull back to a certain moving average, maybe to the VWAP. I mean, you're saying you buy the VWAP, but if you're saying you're buying stocks moving up, well, typically a stock moves down is moving back to the VWAP. It's not going up anymore. It's maybe trying to hold a VWAP, and maybe it bounces. Oh, yeah, nice spot here. So they're doing the financing at $30. And that's the SAVA. They're doing the financing at 30. Well, let's see if 30 holds. Look, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? It's right on the 200-day moving average, 30.96, right in that area. Yeah, 50 million, as Zach pointed out, $50 million at, so they're raising $50 million at $30. Make sure that they got this right. It's not 50 million shares at 30. It is a 15. They're raising, yeah, 1.6, yeah, approximately 1.6 times 30 equals 50. Yes, okay. Guys, guess what? Give me a moment here. We've got the Black Friday sale starting right now. 30% off. Not Friday the 13th, Friday 30. I'm going to put this in. You want to take out a subscription right now and get 30% off? Just give me a moment. Somebody in the YouTube room was asking about, give me a moment. I want to get my link in. So you can use my link to take out the subscription. And then use that promo code. Don't use the promo code that you'll see in my link. Okay, so Friday 30. Just give me a moment. I just want to get the gentleman who looks after my homepage to make that change. Okay, so click on my homepage link, and this is what you're going to see. So again, there's Barry 15, but obviously you don't want to use that one. You want to use Friday 30. Okay, now you get 15% off. The question, Jason, 30% off the first month only, or the entire year. Okay, I mean, if we gave you 30% off every month, why would anybody take out an annual subscription? So hopefully that makes sense. But if you take out a monthly subscription, okay, and there you get 30% off that first month. But if you decide that you want to upgrade, if you want to call it that, yeah, I would like to take out an annual. If you do it within 30 days of taking out the monthly subscription, we'll honor the 30%. Okay. Hopefully that makes sense. So you can take out a monthly subscription, you'll get the 30% off the first month. And then if within 30 days you say, you know what, I should go for the annual, we'll honor the 30% off. Okay, and that is going probably just about to the end of the month. Yeah, forget that 15%, guys. So use that Friday. Use the Friday 30. What scan? Well, you could probably use the reverse of the momentum scan, Bob. Do you have the Momo scan by any chance that I have on my homepage? Because I'll show you what you could do. So Bob, talking to you. Can you hear me? Talking to somebody in our YouTube, not in our the main room. Oh, I see. Okay, okay. Well, I've got something called a momentum scan. Just I'll show you what I'll show you what it looks like. Okay, so on my homepage, I am sharing a lot of scans. So one of the scans I am sharing is called, I click here, it's called Momentum. Now this is Momentum Up. But this is one of the cool things you can do with Trade Ideas. So I'm going to load that scan. Okay, so this is Momentum Up. All I have to do, though, if I want to find no, not 100% guarantee I'm going to see Saba, but if I want to find out, if I want to change this, because this is Momentum Up, I'm going to click on configure. I know you're not a subscriber, so you don't have to figure out, well, how's he doing all this? Just going to show you in general. And for other people, could be subscribers that don't know you can do this. So this is what it's looking for. Stocks between 1 and 100, current volumes at least 3. Volume today is at least 100,000 shares. And now the volume in the last minute, these are the two key ones, is 1,000% of normal, 400% of normal in the 5 minutes. Okay. What you can do, but if all these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we'll get a real-time alert. Now, what you can do is flip it. Before I flip it though, I would do, because if you have this one, if anybody's got this, you'd want to duplicate it first, because you don't want to, because you still want that one. And now I'm going to right click, configure. And what flipping does, it'll flip anything that is flippable. So in other words, a new high now becomes a new low. Stock where the price was up at least 2% from the previous close will be now down 2%. These are the only thing you can't flip volume, you can't do that. So, but I'm going to flip it. See, now it's flipped. See how those right here, it's down 2%. So I flipped it. Okay, now I'm going to run a history, see if Sava showed up. And what time is it now? 1:40. So there's some filter that's blocking Sava, okay, from showing up. I don't know what it is, but there is some filter because these are the ones right now. I'd have to dive into it to see, okay, why. Oh, I can tell exactly why. See, I got the current volume is at least 3. Okay, that means it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of the day. Okay, 141. I look at the relative volume for Sava and it's only 2 because it wasn't trading very much all day. Yeah, there's a big volume spike, but that is not. So if I reduce that to 2 or to say to 1.5, we would see Sava. Problem is, you're probably going to see a lot of other stocks though that you won't necessarily want to see. Okay, and that's always the kind of give and take when you're creating a scan because again somebody might say, well, I want to see that. I can construct a scan that you'll see Sava, but again you may see a lot of other ones that you don't want to see. So again, there's always this kind of give and take. But let's just see. I'll put the relative volume of as well. I'll take the relative volume out. Just take it right out. Probably going to get a ton of stocks now though, but let's see. There you go. Okay, here's Sava. Okay. Yeah, it's a cool feature, the flipping, because I mean you could start a scan completely from scratch, and put the filters in, from scratch. But things like this, momentum up versus momentum down. Yeah, I mean, why not? Yeah, Jordan, this has been like this for a long time now. So the price next to, oh yeah, it's been, I mean, months, several months. Okay, I'll answer your question, Notepad. As far as renewing goes, Ralph, I don't get involved in accounting at all, but this is what I would do and see what they say. I mean, I don't know what we give you the homepage link. Yeah, I think it's November 27th, Jason. I'm trying to see the email did I even get the email? I think it's November 27th. Certainly not just today. So Ralph, go to the homepage, give them your email address, say, are you on a monthly or are you a yearly and they'll check your account and maybe they'll do something for you. I just don't know. I don't get involved in the accounting aspect of it at all. Okay. So when you click on the home page, the little balloon will pop up, questions and answers, and do an ask and say, hey, this is me. This is my email address. I currently have this account. I see there's 30% off. What can you do for me? Okay. Now, okay, you only want to see stocks $5 and up. Okay, so there's a quick way you can do it. You got a race? Do you have one of my races? notepad? Do you have one of my races? Can you hear me, Mr. Notepad? Hmm. Okay, so all you have to do, if you've got this one, click on the gear. Okay. Now you can make a really quickly and easily, you can change the price range. As an example, you can change the volume and price. Okay. So that's a very, shoot, you want to do it? Well, it's okay. Let me duplicate it just in case you didn't see what I did. Okay, so just click the gear, and this is a quick way of adjusting, things like price and volume. Click on the gear, and then you can adjust the minimum price, well, whatever price range you want, and then the volume if you want. And then just say, I guess, next, and then done. Here's where you can change the name, I guess. Okay, that makes sense? Just click on the gear, and here you go. Okay, can I move on or no? If I have to do it again, I will. I just have to know if you can hear me and did you understand what I was doing? Hmm. Helps me to know whether or not you guys can hear me when you ask a question. I know you guys can hear me. I'm talking to Notepad. Oh, okay, you got it. See, I see. Now I see. Okay. I now see your comment. Sorry. Okay, good. All right. So the best you can say about Sava is that it's holding the 200 day. I'm not sorry. Well, it is. Yeah, actually, it is. It was a fluke. It is holding the 200 day, but what I really wanted to say is holding the financing price of 30. Just happens to be that 30.96 is the 200 day. So it's right around the 200 day and it's holding that $30 financing price. Okay, sorry guys, just internal discussion. So look at this mess. Look at this hoodie, guys. That was a few days ago. This was up to $194. Okay, almost 2 o'clock, so getting close to the end. Yeah, this Dole, I had higher hopes for this. I didn't take this. This was just as I was getting or taking my break. I thought this might have a little run in it, but not really. Pretty boring. And it's only 61 million in the float, so it's pretty boring though. DOLE and earnings play yesterday. All right, DNB is churning its way down. The next low looking left is 1231. So this has got a little bit of room underneath, a bit of a chase right now, but histogram is kind of low. Yeah, so you're talking about these, so in Bestia, you're talking about these black bars, right? Okay, so this is an indicator that is still under review, under test, and it's not available to you guys yet. When this going to happen, I'm not sure. I really am not sure. I know Michael wants to work on it a lot more, but the basis behind it is this. This is sort of a measurement, a ratio between bullish candlestick patterns versus bearish candlestick patterns. So when the bar is low, that means that the bearish candlestick patterns are greater than the bullish candlestick patterns. Okay, that's what that's in theory what it's trying to tell you. Okay, so right now you can see that this is low. This stock is still sinking. So if you were in this trade right now on a short, and you're looking at this, you're going, okay, I might as well just keep in this trade. Unless I see a big pop, in one of these bars. I mean, it's getting a little bit bigger here, but unless I see a big pop in one of these bars, I would have the confidence to just keep in this short as an example. Let's go on a long one. Let's see if there's but that's the idea, okay? It can help keep you in a trade. It's not I'm not saying it's great for entries, but I think it's pretty good to keep you in a trade. Or no, my good example is XP from yesterday. Take a look at the chart. Okay, this is XP from yesterday. Okay, see how it was basing here, not doing anything? But if you look below, look at the histogram, rising and rising and rising, yet the stock is not doing anything. So what I was looking at, I was thinking, okay, but this is telling me that the bullish candlestick patterns are far greater ratio wise to the bearish ones, and yet the price is not moving yet. Now, this turned out to be awesome. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen like this every time, but I was talking about this in the that's an hour. That's 15. That's an hour of kind of consolidation, and then on that little move right there, I said, okay, maybe it's getting ready. So I took the trade right here at 737 or 737. I wish 1737, and then boom, it just popped. Now I'm not saying it's going to work like that every time, but that's how I used this yesterday. Okay, as an example. Well, depends on the time frame you're looking at. I mean, you'll get a different look. If you use a 5 minute versus a 15. I'm just sticking with 15. You will get a different look though. This is pretty similar. There's a 5 minute histogram. It's pretty similar. Low bars, but it's not to do with volume. Okay, there's no volume component in this. And that wasn't obvious at all. I mean, this is basing, I'm sorry, over here, basing, doing nothing. And yet, in this particular case, the histogram was running higher. And I'm thinking, you know what? Again, I'm just using the term, maybe something is just sort of bubbling underneath, percolating, and it's just getting warm and then it starts to boil. Yeah, I like that. Now, every time, of course not. But that's what it is. But it's just not available yet. So when you say to practice, you mean like practice trading, like in our simulator, Wolf Thinker? Because Brokers Plus is part of the package. You don't have to sign into anything. All you need is our standard. If you're talking about practicing trading, okay, then all you need is our standard service. And then this Brokerage Plus package is part of the standard service. And then you can practice trading. Now, the only thing is that if you're using, you can't be using our web-based version. It has to be using you have to be using our downloadable application. Okay. But is that what you mean? You don't have to sign into anything on Brokerage Plus. You just click on the sim, and now you're in the simulator. That makes sense? Meanwhile, here's the DLO starting to move. Did did that make sense? Yeah, very important that you practice trading before you commit money to the market. And I think it's probably the biggest the search for the right word. Everybody it gets, I know the idea is that, well, I should just take a look at Trade Ideas. It's a great program. It's giving me ideas. I think, I'll fund my account and I'll start trading immediately. No. Until you can make money in a simulator, forget about trying to make money in a real account. I'm not just talking to you, Wealth Thinker. I'm just talking, that's a very general statement. Well, you're not funding Brokerage Plus. Brokerage Plus is just a sort of a tool, okay? You need an E-Trade account or an IB. Well, okay, first of all, you don't need any account at all if you want to practice trading. It's using our real-time data, okay? You don't need a brokerage account at all if you want to practice trading using the simulator, okay? You're given $100,000 in this account, okay? And it's using our real-time data. So you don't need a brokerage account at all to practice trading. And all you do to start is you click on New and then Brokerage Plus, and then your Brokerage Plus will show up. When you do that, it'll say not connected right beside the bid ask. It'll say not connected. Okay, so you click on Sim for simulation. That'll change to account. And then you click on account and then you click on trading simulated default. Now you're in the simulator. Okay. And again, all you need is our standard service. All right, guys. Hey guys, now when you click on my homepage link, now when you click on my link, you will see the promo code to use, Friday 30 for 30% off the first month only or the entire year, okay? It's a great discount, guys. It's usually the maximum usually it's 25%. So this is the max I've ever seen. We've had 30% before, but I've never seen more than 30. And as always, please use my link to take out the subscription. It helps to keep the room free. And yes, it does help me. So if you're not going to take out a subscription now, that's fine. But if you save my link, then whenever you do, great. Plus, you've got access to everything that I've got on my homepage. My stock of the day video that I do. I'm going to start doing it at 3 now, Eastern, because when I do it at noon, my computer goes crazy and it doesn't seem to want to calm down for the rest of the day. So I'm going to do this later at 3 o'clock. But the trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It's a free service. And then the education section. So if you are going to take out a subscription, you can go to the education section, go to the user guide, and the very first thing, getting started. Okay. You click on this. Just give me a moment. And the download and installation, first startup and login, etc. And again, in that user guide, so there's the alert windows, top list windows, and the stock racing. Okay, those are the three probably the most important features to know about. Afterwards, you can kind of look at, sound alerts and price alerts, etc. But make sure you understand what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and what the and the daily support. So yeah, Chris is no longer doing that. 3:30 to 4:30. If Peter Smith, if you're listening, it wasn't the powers that be that said don't do it. It just wasn't worth his time. I'll be blunt. Just wasn't worth his time. His time can be spent doing a lot of other things. And we only had a few people showing up, and the whole idea was to show up and ask questions about trade ideas. And yes, there were a few people, but not enough to warrant spending an hour every day or Monday to Thursday or Friday. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. Next week, it'll be the Monday, Wednesday rotation. And we just finished the Tuesday, Thursday rotation, but you can sign up for them all here. Back to basics. Michael Noss, trade ideas, put this together. Introduction to charts and candlesticks, support resistance. This is all free. Okay. And of course, last, my scans. Are the scans that I'm currently sharing right here. The two races that you see. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actives up and down. Oh, we've shown you the halts resumes many times today. I don't call it a scan. It's just sort of a more of a notification when a stock gets halted and then when it resumes. But I mean, I guess in theory it is a scan. Okay. So again, save my link and you have access to my scans, all the education. And if you do take out a subscription, please use my link. Give me a moment. There it is, Bob. Okay, there's my link. Okay, guys, let's see what's happening. AVDL, what is it doing? AVDL, wow. This all of a sudden some volume came into AVDL out of that consolidation. This is so ugly. This AGBA, so ugly. Chopping, chopping, chopping all over the place. So guys, I keep an eye on this one. I mean, this HTOO, that had some news this morning. It popped up in that first 15 minutes, came right back down though. I mean, so it's pretty ugly, but you never know. I think this has something to do with Italy, Italy, a joint agreement with Duferco Energia SPA to develop Italian green hydrogen market. Okay, so that was their news. Had the big pop, came right back down. But you just never know. You never know if traders will look at this and go, let's get involved. Has to take out the VWAP, 682, sorry, 369. And on volume, of course, always on some volume. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick an alert around 363, a price alert, right around 363. And see if it takes it out. And if it does, I'll know about it, and then I can make up my mind if I want to trade it or not. I like to see the histogram. I like to see maybe some bars increasing, getting those bullish candlestick patterns greater than the bearish candlestick patterns. Look at DraftKings, guys. Big area to try to hold is 15, I think. Anyway, the next low looking left is 1414. So we're trying to hold that whole number. See, now this is a little histogram list, so it's good here. So I mean, it's not, no, there's no indicator that it's perfect. Okay, so Chandru, I will demonstrate docking in a window, but I think though that for reference, okay, oops, for reference, click on my homepage link because I mean you might not remember everything I'm going to say. Click on that education section. I'm sorry, and then the user guide. And then go down to docking, wherever docking. Okay, so I'll show you, but you should. This is a good reference for you. Okay, docking. Okay, so let's do a dock. New dock window. New docked window. I give it a name. I always start my dock windows with dock. The reason I do that is because then I can, when I search for alert windows or top list windows or things like that, if I just do a search on dock, all my dock windows will show up. So I always start off my Windows dock, and then I'll just call this dock test. You don't have to, but I just find it's easier. I'll show you what I mean afterwards. Okay. Okay, now here are the instructions. Okay, here are the instructions, but I'll get rid of them. Okay, here's a dock window, brand spanking new. So here's my like symbols. Oh, I want to put this in here. I want to put this in this dock window called dock test. So I right click, duplicate into dock test. Done, there it is. Okay. I think I know the answer. to Your question is going to come up. Small gap breakout shared. Want to duplicate it into this dock window. Right click, duplicate it into dock test. Here it is. So I can leave them as tabs if I want, but of course, most people want to see the scans all the time. They don't want to have to click on a tab. So I think you probably know already how to do this, Chandru, but this is for other people. So this is what you can do. You just grab the header. Don't grab don't grab in the body, but grab the header. When I say grab, left click, and then you see how this icon will appear with an up arrow, right arrow, left arrow, and down arrow. So you pick where you want it. So if I want it to the right of my like symbols, I just pick that right arrow, and here it is. If I want it now to the bottom, underneath it, click it. See what I did? Sometimes it's tricky, but if I want it below, I just click the, okay, so, just practice. So I think what you wanted to do though, you have a free floating window, that's what you do. You just take your free floating window, okay, your free floating window, and then you right click and you duplicate it into, and you have to give it a name, dock test, okay, and you just duplicate it right in there. And now it's in there. Now again, I can take this and move it where I want. Okay, does that help? So the layout, which is undocked, so you've got to go through each one of them individually. And so the first step to create your dock channel or your dock window, give it a name, and then you just take those individual windows that you've got and just right click and duplicate into that dock. And just you have to keep doing that. And then once you've got them all in there, then you can have the fun and arrange them where you want. Okay? We good? If not, I will do it again. I guess the bottom line is, have I answered your question so you understand what to do now? Okay, good, good. This is what I was saying. So if I go file, load from cloud, and now I type in dock. This is what I was saying. Here are my dock windows. Okay, there they are. That's why I like to give the name dock to start and then whatever afterwards. And Neil, I rarely swing trade anything. Can you get the 30% discount to begin December 1st? You can ask. I mean, okay, you can ask. It's an accounting thing. They'll have to, I mean, I don't see why they won't, but I don't get involved and I'm not trying to hide from it, but I just don't get involved. Use my promo or my link. So if you go to the home page, just ask the question, okay? Give them your email address, give them my link, and see, they might say, okay, yeah, we'll delay your start of December 1st. I can't guarantee it though. I have to admit, it's a bit of a hassle, internally to manage it, but, hey, see what they say. Yeah, it's still in. I think I'm getting kicked, though. I should have got out of the other one. Yeah, see, I should have got out of this one in the simulator a long time ago. So let me get out of that. Actually, so this is why I like to have, if you're using the simulator, max P&L, total P&L, and the distance from the exit price, okay? Why I like to see those is that this gives you a bit of an idea about how good are your exits, okay? How are you managing your trades? So for instance, this would be horrible management. I mean, I'm in at this one at 683 AGBA. Now, at one point, I was up $73, okay? You should never allow that to turn into, say, a $400 loss. Nope, Chris is not on vacation, Tyler. Nope. Okay. And here, I'm looking here in the DLO. At one point, I was up 343, still up 247. I mean, that's not, terrible. I mean, you can't expect to get out right at the very top. Okay. But you wouldn't want to see that turn from 343 to either, $10 or worse, a loss. So, I would never, if I'd been in this, this again, this is in the simulator, but I'm not paying that much attention. I'm just showing the mechanics of how to do things. You never let that turn into such a big loss. So why are you asking Tyler is if Chris is on vacation just because the 3:30 to 4:30? No, we've just stopped doing it. It just wasn't well attended. It's that simple. So he's got a ton of stuff always on the go that he can do, and so that's a harsh reality. I mean, you can still ask me questions, I mean, yeah, I try to trade and all that, but you can still ask me questions. And of course, we do have the 12 to 1 where one of the other traders takes over. So in Bestia, I open the room at 9 o'clock, okay, Eastern time. And that is in essence what I do. Okay. One of the things I do about 10 minutes before the actual market opens at 9:30, maybe even 15 minutes. So this is my routine when I open the room. I open the main room at 8 o'clock. So you guys can talk amongst each other for an hour. And I'm still working. I'm working. I'm doing some scanning, trying to figure out what stocks may be of interest. Okay, and that's what I do. I put that in I post it up here, the stock pre-market actives. Okay, doesn't mean that every stock in there is something that you're going to take and trade, but at least this, well, let me just show you. This is my routine. And these two I'm sharing, okay, the pre-market actives up and down. So I mean, this is still running, but when I start looking at this, it's usually about 7:30 Eastern time, 4:30 my time. So I start looking at this at that time. And so, I'm looking to see what stocks are up the most from yesterday's close and down the most from yesterday's close. Check to see what sort of earnings plays there are. Okay, so that's all kind of the pre-market work I do. But I do open the room at 8, but you guys can talk amongst each other. And then at 9, I get on the mic. And that's when, we start talking about the stocks that are active. And then once we've done that, then the next step is I go to the doc channel bar, and then I do go to the sector status. Again, this is what I look at 10 minutes before the market opens. And so we can see, what are the strong sectors? Is there a strong sector, 10 minutes before the market opens? Because remember, what you're seeing here is that 76%, what that means is 76% of the stocks are down from yesterday's close, as an example for XLE. But these are the major sectors: energy, consumer staples, communications technologies, etc. Okay, so those are the major sectors. So we take a look at those and try to see. Okay, a lot of times what you'll see for energy, it's all or nothing. Either they're all down 100% one way or the other before the market opens. Then what I do is I try, if I can remember, about half an hour to 45 minutes after the market opens, we take a different look. Come on. Then we look at the change from the open. Okay, because stocks, and let's take a look at this. Okay, so look at this. There has been a dramatic change in energy, for instance. Okay, when we looked at this 10 minutes before the market opened, virtually in fact, every energy stock was down from yesterday's close. But look what's happened since the market has opened. 81% of those stocks that make up XLE are above the opening trade of their opening trades of the day. They could still be down from yesterday's close, but look what's happened. This is in my opinion anyway, a far better way to look at the market. Look at technology. When we looked at technology 10 minutes before the market opened, I think it was something like 90% of them were above yesterday's close. But look what's happened since the market's opened. 85% of them are now below that opening trade, their opening trade. So I guess to answer your question, yes, we do. So you can come in here at 9 Eastern and you can listen to me talk about all this stuff. And why, of course, it's important is that, especially if you're going to trade a stock that is not really that's not trading on its own. In other words, it doesn't have any specific news to it. It's not an earnings play. It doesn't have specific news. There wasn't a news release in the pre-market. So if you were going to get into an energy play, earlier, it might not have been bad earlier because, when I looked at this, it was only 30% of them were above yesterday, above the open, but this has been increasing and increasing. So you could say to yourself, well, obviously take a look at XLE, the actual ETF, and more than likely, you see what happened? So there, the drop, and then the kind of recovery during the day. That's why those energy stocks most of the ones in XLE have kind of recovered during the day. So if you were going to play an energy stock that didn't have news about itself specifically, you want to make sure that the sector is treating you correctly, right? You don't want to go against the sector. If the sector was continuing to tank and you thought, yeah, but I like this, well, I mean, it might work. I'm not saying every single stock follows its sector, but I find that energy stocks more than likely will, unless there's specific news for it. And then, but you've got to be, so if you took an energy stock right here, for instance, oh, great, there's an hour straight up. And all of a sudden you see this, you go, oh, there's an hour straight down. You may have wanted to either A, get out of your entire position or certainly parry your position. You don't want to be holding, because who knows, this could keep going down. You don't want to turn a gain into a loss. So you could have maybe, so if you're an energy stock player, you would probably want to have XLE as a thumbnail chart somewhere so you could track to see what it's doing. There you go. Okay, I'm glad it helped. So guys, at 3 o'clock, I'm definitely going to be doing my video now. Okay, so I'll be spending about 5 minutes doing my video. And I'm doing that because my fan goes crazy when I do the video, and even when I stop doing it, and it doesn't, the fan's not going crazy, but the noise level is still higher than it is, say, right now. So okay, guys, so there's about half an hour before I do that video, and I'll still be here. I mean, I'll keep the room open till about 3:25. Both rooms open till about 3:25. So, any questions? That was a good time. Sally Beauty Holdings. Bob in probably North Carolina in YouTube room. Yeah, have a good weekend yourself if you're still around. So again, guys, on the DLO, you would never want to allow that 343 to turn into a loss. Okay, I'm just keeping these in here. Again, this is just in the simulator, but I mean, if you're going to practice trading, I mean, if I didn't have other duties, I'd be watching these things like a hawk and trying to, maximize my gains. So over the course of how long it's going to take you, it could be 3 months, could be 6 months of practicing before you actually start committing money to the market. You know, real is funny. Yeah, boy, I was gonna swing. Well, I was gonna swing this one. I was looking at this one. In fact, I took this one in the pre-market. This one meaning Amazon. And I was bound and determined I was going to swing Amazon and see if it did anything like Meta with Meta now. Yeah, anything like Meta. Meta went up because of all their, well, I think one of the reasons, big reason, is because they got rid of a bunch of people. Okay, and Amazon is certainly doing the same thing. You know, they're different businesses and all. So I swung. I think I was in at, I want to say 101 something, and in the pre-market, it got up to I think 104. Just couldn't do it. The minute it started dropping, I said, "I can't do it." And so I am surprised. I am surprised. I'm surprised that with all the cuts that they're making that, it didn't do something at least a little bit like, Meta. Hmm. Well, that might be a good analysis, William, if you're a is actually so it sounds reasonable. Look at what Real is talking about, LYV. So what Real is talking about is I don't call them pullbacks, I call them pull-ups, but that's okay. See how it pulled up to the 8 EMA and the 15-minute chart, okay? And then it stalled there. And as Real is saying, that could give you a short opportunity. It did not go through it. It got stalled right there on the 8 EMA and the 15-minute chart for LYV. And so that can give you an opportunity to short it. Well, I like to pull up. I like it pulling up to a certain number as opposed to pulling down. That's why it made sense to me, but you can tell it's a Friday afternoon. You guys were talking about RXO earlier. No, nice. But I'm not sure if you're talking about as a long or a short. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, that wasn't watching Saba anymore, but if you were, I mean, that held the 200 day basically, but more importantly, it held the financing price 30. That was important. So the financing announced here at 30 was basically right to 30, holds, was a little off it, then through the VWAP, It wasn't huge, really. Yeah, I mean, 50, well, 50 million, only 37 million in the float. So, I mean, it's what is it adding 1.6 million? Yeah, 1.6 million. So it's just a shock, that initial shock. Oh my gosh, they're doing a financing. Any company doing that midday. But yeah, then all of a sudden, as you just said, Captain, okay, wait a minute. It's only 1.6 million shares. You're raising $50 million. All right, guys, so is it 2:45? Have I ever traded futures? No. Ever, yes. Ever? Yeah, I guess ever means ever. In one brief black moment of my trading career, I traded the E-minis during the 2008 and 9. It wasn't not for long, but when things would move 100, 150 points a day, or whatever the term is. It was exciting. No forex. No, I've never traded forex. I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room. But yeah, I traded the E-minis for maybe a month, maybe 2 months, but it was too harrowing for me in those days anyway. Because if you remember in those days, boy, those things were the contracts. I mean, they were just so much volatility. And I don't trade ETFs either. I just like to trade stocks. I mean, I like to try to find the stocks that are more or less trading on their own. The alpha stocks that have got other, they're just kind of trading on their own. They're not too worried about what the rest of the market's doing or their sector is doing. That's what Traded is good at, because that relative volume filter, I mean, that's telling me, okay, this is trading abnormally today. Now, do I need news to trade something? No. But a lot of times when a stock is trading abnormally, there is usually some news associated with it. But many times, though, we're finding things like SATX, SAPX. There's no news. It's just one of these crazy ones that somebody gets a hold of, some room or a Reddit group gets a hold of and decides let's just run this thing. The question is, what do I mean by a room getting old? Well, there are groups in Reddit, as an example. No, 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 no. There's not one specific room, but there are all sorts of, stock forums in Reddit. And, if they all get together in the room, say, hey, guys, why don't we just pump the heck out of this thing? I mean, it might start off before Reddit. I mean, I'm just using Satex as an example because I have no idea. There's no news on this one. But the classic ones were the GMEs and the AMCs and all that, okay? The Reddit, it's Reddit that got all this going back in January of 2021. And the group within Reddit, the GME group within Reddit said, we're just going to take this one and we're going to pump the heck out of it. And we're going to destroy the shorts. And so that's when the meme industry was sort of born. GME, AMC, BlackBerry, BB, Bed Bath and Beyond, a lot of them. Yeah, AMC, exactly. I just said AMC. So since then, there are probably some rooms within Reddit that take a look and go, okay, how about this real cheap or low float? Usually it's a low float. Satex, I mean, it's 26 million. Usually it's some kind of a low float thing that can just go crazy. So that's what I mean when I say a like a trading group. Yeah, like a trading group. Not us. Not us. Trader's Eye? What's Trader's Eye? You mean in our no, no. You mean in our the channel? No, no, that's not it's not at all. I don't even think they're updating it anymore. Yeah, I don't know what they're doing with this. I mean, that was Andy and Steve kind of looking after this, and maybe in the pre-market they take a look at some stocks, and so I don't even know. I have no idea what they're doing right now. Well, it depends what you're talking about. Are you talking about the TI's Trader Eye, one of the channels? This is not a trade room. This is just if you're talking, or are you talking about a trade room called Trader Eye? I don't know it. So again, if you're talking about this TI Trader's Eye, it's just a layout. It's not a trading room. Yeah, as Jorn is pointing out, I see on Facebook a lot, there are advertisements to join a community of traders where they find a stock and at a specific time just dump in or yeah, I mean, what we try to do, of course, is maybe we're not the originators, but we can maybe tag along for a while. All right. Have a great time, blue collar. Sounds like fun. Boy, this H2OO is still kind of interesting. Highly speculative, of course. Love to see that histogram really starting to start to increase, but just basing right at the VWAP. And it could have a late day charge. Well, I guess if you're looking for kind of a boring one, but it did kind of work. DOLE. I mean, it over 10. It just kind of, but now it's starting to inch its way up. DOLE. Second day continuation of earnings. Okay, guys, I'm getting set to do my video pretty soon, so another 4 or 5 minutes from now. So I'll be putting myself on mute for sure, of course. Okay, guys, I'm going to do my video right now. So let me get my announcement in. Oh, I got to spell it. Compute back around 310. Okay, guys, so I'm muting myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. Michael, Chris is fine. They're just not doing it anymore. 3:30, the 3:30 to 4:30. I'm sure you were in the room when he mentioned it last week. You had to be in the room. So there's no more 3:30 to 4:30 slot with Chris. Just wasn't, there was just not enough interest. So he can spend his time doing, you've got tons of things, the trade ideas to do, and just was not a good use of his time. So he's fine. He's fine. Here's another one, guys. The GLYC actually reminds me a little bit like the HTOO, just because of the way it's trading. And look at this. Not because of what happened the previous days, of course. GLYC was just absolutely went crazy. I mean, there's no, I mean, 59-cent stock. Yeah, 66, yeah, 69-cent stock all the way up to 240 in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, basically a couple of weeks. Boy, I was looking, I was really thinking maybe I would have one more shot at grind. Wait, it was holding over 40 a little while ago. Just no, not no, right there, right there. I thought, you know what? There's that VWAP. Maybe just maybe it'll start to run again, but nope. Here's the big sell-off. So Mookie in their YouTube room, what's a good 1 or 5 minute volume increase that might get a stock moving? Well, you can experiment, of course, but the one scan that I'm sharing called Momo, I put 1,000% 1 minute and 400% in 5. Typically, when you see those alerts, the stock is moving. Typically, so that's the momentum scan that I am sharing. Probably not too many now, but earlier on in the day, let's take a look at the momentum. Whoops, let me get rid of my announcement. Probably, so there's SNPX. So there probably was some volume that came in that, now it gets it moving. Doesn't mean it's going to keep moving in the direction you want it to, but usually there's something up. So if you look at this scan, you see, I've got the volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal. 5 minutes is 400% of normal. You can play around with these numbers. I mean, you can take this scan. I mean, it's one of the ones I'm sharing. And if you want a really incredible, put 2,000, but you may not get very many alerts. Or if you're not getting enough alerts, put it to 500. You know, there's no there's no right or wrong. But in this one, we're using 1,000 and 400% with other filters, but okay. It's not going as crazy, Pepe, as it did yesterday. When I did the video and launched the, yeah, it went crazy. Well, and as we speak, it's starting to hum, like it's starting to get a little crazy as we speak. So I thought, you know what? I'll just do the video at 3. I can put up with half an hour of. It shouldn't be, but I will open up. It shouldn't be. I do close it down, but it shouldn't be. No, no. Chrome is a bear here, 24%. There's TI at 18, but Chrome is certainly. I often thought, I wonder if I change browsers, just change browsers. I have no idea if that'll make any difference. But no, to answer your question, no, it is not still open. Yeah, but I don't have. I've really only got 4 tabs open. Again, the trading room being one, and then 2 tabs for my streaming, and then one music tab, and that's it. So I really have, I used to have a lot more, I admit, just out of laziness, not closing them down. If I shut down Trade Ideas right now, my computer would be whispering. Opera is supposed to be. How about Firefox? About the same as Chrome? Now that we've, I'm just winding this down, guys. Obviously, just kind of winding all this down. Be shutting both rooms down in about 5 minutes from now. The Movavi, yeah. Well, it's just on startup. But even when I close it down, it just seems like, I have a certain level, not great, but not bad. But then when I used it yesterday, and even when I shut it down, that level was definitely higher. So I thought, okay, I'll just. Okay, so what you can do is just get out of the trades, okay? So when you get out of the trades, are you out of all the trades, Wealth Thinker? So on Monday, you'll be back to 100,000. So if you don't know how to get out of a trade, if you've got some trades, all you have to do is flatten Okay, so highlight the trade and flatten it. That'll get you out of the trade. That's the quickest way. And then you'll see nothing in your positions box. And if you've already done that, is it an AMD? No, it's Intel. It was fine. I mean, this computer was fine, and up until maybe several months ago when we got through docking and a bunch of stuff happened. It was fine. So, well, Thinker, did that help you? All you have to do. So on Monday you'll be back to square one with should be 100,000 shares or 100,000 in the account. Play money. Remember, it's play money. Perfect circle. Never. No, I think there's actually now you guys can. I never remember how to do it. Accounts, maybe accounts. Yeah, I don't know, Pete. I really don't know. Casa, I do know that you happen to be a female, a lady. I'm wrong? Well, then maybe it's another Casa. Could have swore. Anyway, we are gender neutral in here. Oh, I know, Casa. I know you. I know. You and Cam have been here almost from the beginning. All right, guys. I think that's it. I think that is it. I'm going to shut this down. Give me my script together here. I don't think so, Seven. I don't think so. Because it was fine. I don't think so. It's if I shut down Trade Ideas, everything is great. But anyway, guys, let me just get my script together. There we go. Okay, have a great weekend, everybody. I'll open the room 8 o'clock Monday morning. So hope to see you then. Bye bye. And the same with you guys in YouTube.